John Robert Conte, C-O-N-T-E.
Dr. Conte, what is your profession
I'm a professor of social work
and where?
at the University of Washington in Seattle.
How long have you been a professor up there?
4 years.
And did you teach somewhere before that?
I taught at the University of Chicago for about 9 years and the University of Illinois for 2 prior to that.
And you have a bachelor's, master's, and PhD, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And in addition to teaching, do you have a clinical practice?
I have a part-time clinical practice between a day and a half a week. About half of that practice is devoted to the treatment of children, adolescents, and adults with trauma histories, and about half is devoted to forensic social work.
Now, when you say treatment of children with and adolescents with trauma injuries, what are you talking about?
Psychological trauma, primarily child abuse, although on occasion I have people who have adult victimization or other kinds of psychological traumas. But primarily I specialize in that part of my practice in the treatment of either children who are abused or adults who were abused in childhood.
Now, if you're treating adults who are abused in childhood, are these people who revealed their abuse in childhood, or they are revealing their abuse in their adulthood?
Most reveal their abuse sometime in adulthood. It's the rare client that I've seen that has revealed it in childhood and then also is now coming into treatment in adulthood, although that does happen.
And the adults you're treating, are these people who are young adults in their 20s, or is there a range of age?
It varies from year to year. I've had quite elderly women come into treatment. I've had quite young adults and teenagers. It varies, some middle age.
Is it rare that someone would have waited till they were 20 or 30 or 40 to reveal abuse?
No, it's quite common.
How long have you had a clinical practice?
Well, the 4 years I've been in Washington, and then it was more part-time the times that I was in Illinois, 4 or 5 years while in Illinois. The university allows about a day a week, excluding the summers when I don't work for the university, to be engaged in non-university activities.
And you said you also do some forensic work.
Yes.
Is that correct? What do you mean by that?
Well, forensic social work is social work that has legal implications. About half of my forensic work is personal injury, where a victim usually of some kind of sexual assault, childhood sexual abuse, is suing either the offender or the person responsible for the abuse. And my task is to evaluate the impact of that abuse and help the court determine what rehabilitation is necessary to take away the psychological effects of that abuse. I also do some criminal sexual assault work where someone is charged perhaps with a sex crime against a child. I've done that work both primarily for the prosecution. I've worked on one defense case.
Now, when you say primarily for the prosecution, is this where someone is arrested and charged with child abuse and you're helping the district attorney prosecute that person?
Yes.
And how often have you done that?
I haven't really counted, but maybe a half a dozen times, primarily for prosecution, once as a defense witness.
And have you done other work for the defense in the criminal setting?
I've done some defense work where child abuse is a mitigating factor in a violent crime, such as this case. Trying to think. I've probably done about 6 of those over my career, testifying once for the prosecution, twice for the defense, and then I was involved in doing an evaluation in a case for the defense where my ultimate opinion was not helpful, so I never testified for the defense.
I mean, the defense hired you, and after you did your evaluation, they didn't like your conclusions?
They didn't like it, or it wasn't helpful.
Okay. And so they never called you as a witness?
Yes.
In addition to the teaching, the clinical work, and the forensic work you've described, do you have other activities related to your profession? Do you write?
Yes. Part of being a university professor is to be involved in scholarship and in other activities. And I have done research and published generally in the area of childhood sexual abuse and interpersonal violence.
When you say interpersonal violence, what are you referring to?
Talking primarily about family violence. I edit the Journal of Interpersonal Violence, which also publishes scientific material that is not family violence. It might be stranger assaults or rape or that kind of thing. But I don't do research in that area myself.
Now, what's it mean to be an editor of this journal?
Well, the editor is essentially responsible for the management of the publication of scientific articles, so that academics, primarily in the United States, although we also draw from other countries, will do some research. They will submit an article. I will review it when it comes in, identify other academics, other scholars, other researchers who have expertise in that area, and then we send that manuscript for a blind review, meaning that the person reading it doesn't know who wrote it. They review the article, determine whether the methodology is sufficient to support the conclusions that were made. Often they will make suggestions that will improve the scientific presentation of the results. They send that back to me, and then as editor, I take those comments and my own reading of the manuscript into consideration, and then either accept it or accept it with revisions or reject it. If it's accepted with revisions, then I interact primarily through the mails with the author, helping them make the changes that the peer review process has designed.
Who receives the Journal of Interpersonal Violence? What readership is it designed for?
Well, it's designed primarily for other researchers and scientists, policymakers, and some practitioners who understand or want to read research in a particular area. But it is a scientific journal, so it's intended primarily for the social and behavioral scientists who work in interpersonal violence.
And if a journal starts publishing articles that don't measure up scientifically, does that affect the reputation of the journal itself?
Well, it certainly affects the reputation of the journal.
So is there an effort to make sure that it's the highest quality of research and writing that is presented through these materials?
Yes. I don't think so much to protect the name of the journal as it is to assure that the knowledge which is disseminated to the field is of the highest quality. So both the editorial board and then also scientists who review have an obligation to science to be sure that what gets published is the highest quality possible.
Do people in your profession rely on the materials in these journals?
Yes.
And you indicated you're the editor of the Journal of Interpersonal Violence. You're also the editor of something called Violence Update. Is
Yes.
that correct? What is that?
Violence Update is a monthly newsletter which is designed for another important community, not the scientific community, but the practitioner community, people who work directly in various aspects of interpersonal violence. We publish somewhat less technical book reviews and main articles that summarize research, the kinds of things that people who work on the front lines of interpersonal violence need to know to do a good job. So it's actually published by the same publisher, but it's an effort to reach the practitioner community rather than the scientific community.
And who comprises the practitioner community? By your definition, the front line that receives the Violence Update.
Well, we have several kinds of data on that. We have data based on where people work. So people who work in child abuse and domestic violence are the primary subscribers. We also have it by discipline. social work and psychology, lawyers and law enforcement are the third group, and then medicine is probably a fourth group in terms of the discipline of the people who subscribe. We have all of those professions represented also on the editorial board, so they help make policy decisions about what should be published and that kind of thing.
When you say law enforcement, are you talking about prosecutorial agencies or police agencies, or?
Primarily prosecutors, some police, some child protection. I don't know that we have any individual CPS workers, but I know we have some departments of child protection that subscribe.
Now, in terms of research that you have personally conducted, have you been responsible for various research programs?
Yes.
And have they dealt primarily with the disclosure, intervention, analysis of effects, etc., of child abuse?
Yes, primarily childhood sexual abuse. I've also done federally funded research on the prevention of childhood sexual abuse.
And have you done some research funded by a district attorney's office in Alabama?
Actually, I've done some research in conjunction with the district attorney's office in Huntsville, Alabama. That was not funded by that department. It was funded by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. It was a study of effects of abuse and intervention services that were provided to abused kids.
In addition to being an editor on 2 of these journals, have you yourself submitted articles for the type of peer review that you've described and had them published?
Yes.
And if your CV indicates that there's approximately 42 of them, would that be?
I think that's
Close.
probably a somewhat older CV. I think it's a little more than that now.
And what areas have you published in?
Primarily in childhood sexual abuse, professional practices, validating allegations of abuse. The major trends I think that I've been interested in are abuse effects. I've been interested in professional practices, especially practices around how you know whether a child has been abused. And then I've also written some about society and professional difficulty in believing that abuse takes place.
You said you've written in the area of how you determine whether abuse has taken place?
Yes.
Is that correct? Is that designed to give people some sort of structure in which to evaluate the information?
Well, it's designed to provide a structure, and in some ways it's designed to help people who make that decision understand the complexity of making that decision. There's been quite a bit of effort in mental health and social service to develop systems, checklists, and tests and procedures that make it easier theoretically to know whether a child has been abused. And most of those systems, they tend actually to be used by the defense. Most of those systems don't have a whole lot of scientific support. And so I've done a lot to try to caution people in the field to be careful of the over-reliance on these systems. And also help disseminate some of the research on especially children as witnesses, which suggests that probably the best indicator of what's happened in a sexual abuse case is what the victim says happened within some parameters. But to try to get people away from using these tests that don't have much reliability or validity.
In fact, have you done some teaching in that area?
I've done quite a bit of lecturing and training in the area of validating allegations of abuse at state and some international conferences, yes.
And did you recently do some training in Alaska?
Within the last 4 or 5 years, I was on a 3-person training team that included a prosecutor, a physician, and myself as the social service mental health representative to train every judge in the state of Alaska on child sexual abuse.
How many are there?
There are a large number, looked like about 30 in the room.
30 judges?
Looked like it, yeah.
What we have in this building.
And when you were training them, the judges in Alaska, was it about just to educate them about sexual abuse generally, or what area was it focused on?
It was primarily on sexual abuse, and my task was to talk about some of the research areas that support determining whether or not a child has been abused, and again, to talk about some of the dangers of some of these structured procedures, tests that have been developed.
Are you also active on committees and boards in your field?
Yes, I'm trying to cut back, but yes.
And have you served as the president of the American Professional Society on the Abuse of Children?
I was the first president of the American Professional Society on the Abuse of Children, and then was off the board for a while, and have now been re-elected and am the chair of the Ethics Task Force for APSAC,
APSAC is the short name.
for the American Professional Society on the Abuse of Children, yes.
And what does APSAC do?
APSAC is a professional society which is devoted to the needs of professionals who work in the area of child abuse, so that they may more effectively respond to the problem of child abuse. APSAC publishes a newsletter. We have an annual conference. We have task force that try to develop guidelines, for example, in the evaluation of abused kids or in psychological maltreatment. My task force has the responsibility of developing the professional code of ethics for people who work in the child abuse area.
Have you also served on the Criminal and Violent Research Review Committee for the National Institute of Mental Health?
I served for 4 years on that committee. That committee is essentially it is the peer review process for funding of research by the National Institute of Mental Health in the area of antisocial and violent behavior. And our responsibility was to review proposals for technical merit and then to advise NIMH about whether proposals met certain standards of technical merit. There are a few other committees, but
Any of note that you'd like to?
well, I'm on the advisory board of the National Resource Center on Childhood Sexual Abuse in Huntsville, Alabama, which currently has a contract to develop a national training program
National training program for whom?
for mental health, social service, and some law enforcement personnel. It's a 3-part course, but it deals with the identification and recognition and treatment of childhood sexual abuse. I just finished a term on the panel on child abuse and neglect research for the National Academy of Sciences, which was charged by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services with reviewing existing research on child abuse and neglect and developing a research agenda for the next decade for research in child abuse and neglect. And so as part of that panel, we reviewed child abuse research in a number of different areas and had review papers written and that kind of thing. And that report is just about to be released to the public.
In addition to these activities, do you also make presentations at conferences?
Yes.
And what types of conferences have you made presentations at?
Well, most conferences in the child abuse area are multidisciplinary. So I've made presentations and the annual meeting in San Diego, for example, that Children's Hospital Child Protection Center puts on, the Huntsville conference every year. I do some regional conferences. A few weeks ago was in Louisville, Kentucky for the Department of Mental Health. I've last year presented at the Law Society in Melbourne, Australia. So some national and some international, and then some sort of regional conferences in the area, different areas of childhood sexual abuse.
Now, these conferences are attended by other professionals, I take it?
Most of the conferences. I have done some single discipline, like some years I've been at the American Psychological Association, some years I've been at the National Association of Social Workers annual conference, but most of the conferences in child abuse are multidisciplinary, so there'll be psychologists and social workers and physicians and some attorneys.
And if I tell you that your CV has approximately 125 listed that you've presented at since 1987, does that sound about right?
I have no idea. I hope my wife doesn't hear that.
I think she knows. Dr. Conte, you were asked to review the facts of this case, is that correct?
Yes.
When was it that you first became involved?
I had a telephone call from you and spoke to you sometime shortly after or right around the end of January 1992.
And what was the task that you undertook?
You asked me essentially to conduct a assessment or investigation. You told me that you were involved in this case, and I'd heard a little bit about it in the press, and you told me that you wanted someone who could come in and look at the information that you were getting and help you understand what in fact this information might mean.
And did you agree to do that?
I did.
And since that time, have you received a large amount of materials to review?
Yes.
And included in those materials you received, were there over 100 interviews of various witnesses?
There were a large number. I didn't count them, but there was a very large number, yes.
And were these interviews of individuals conducted by both the prosecution and by the defense?
Yes, primarily the defense, but there were some prosecution interviews.
And did you review the testimony of Lyle Menendez in this trial?
Yes.
And did you review other testimony in this trial?
I've tried, yes.
Did you receive and review all medical records that were available for Lyle Menendez?
I believe they were all yes.
And school records?
Yes.
Did you receive records of therapy conducted by 3 different doctors for Kitty Menendez?
2 or 3, yes.
Dr.
One of those, I believe, may have been an evaluation. It wasn't a therapy, but it was a psychiatric evaluation.
Did you have access to some psychological testing that was done of Kitty Menendez?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, have that testing rescored?
Yes.
Did you look at family photographs?
Some.
Did you look at crime scene photographs?
Yes.
Did you look at autopsy photographs?
Yes.
Did you receive police reports with regard to the crime scene and the investigation?
Yes.
Once you had received this information, did you proceed to make some decisions about the people to whom you wished to speak?
I made decisions about who I was going to speak to. I didn't necessarily make them after reviewing all of that material, but I made it at various points in the process, yes.
And did you interview Lyle Menendez?
Yes.
Where did you interview him?
The LA County Jail.
And how many hours did you spend with him?
Well, about 60.
Do you live in California?
No,
Where do you live?
Seattle.
How many trips to Los Angeles did you make to interview Lyle Menendez?
I don't know the number of trips. I interviewed Lyle on 13 different occasions. Some of those occasions would have been on the same trip. I haven't really broken it out by trip. It's probably 6 or 7 trips, I would imagine.
Did you interview his brother, Erik Menendez?
Yes.
And how long did you interview Erik Menendez?
Can I look at my notes?
Yes.
I saw Erik on 3 occasions between February and December '92 for about 7 hours.
Which other witnesses did you interview?
Well, I interviewed Diane Vandermolen on 2 occasions, once in August '92 in Denver and once in February of this year here in LA for somewhere over 8 hours. I interviewed Alan Anderson on 2 occasions in Chicago, once in June and once in July 1993 for about 8 hours. I made one trip to New Jersey where I interviewed Lyle's first girlfriend, Stacy Feldman, for about 2 hours, and then spent about 7 hours with the Parole family,
Is that,
3 of Lyle's cousins and his aunt and uncle.
is that Aunt Terry and Uncle Carlos?
Yes.
And their children?
I also interviewed Joan,
Joan Vandermolen?
yes,
Is that-
and Pat Anderson, Maria Menendez, who is Lyle's grandmother, Marta Cano, his aunt, over several occasions for about 14 hours here in LA.
And you indicated you interviewed Diane Vandermolen, and she is a cousin, is that
Yes.
correct, of Lyle Menendez? And Alan Anderson is a cousin?
Yes,
Stacy Feldman is his first girlfriend.
yes,
You mentioned Terry and Carlos Peralt, and there are three of their daughters.
3 of their 4, yes,
Okay, and their daughters are adults now?
yes,
And you interviewed Joan Vandermolen, who is Kitty Menendez's sister,
yes,
and Pat Anderson, who was Kitty
sister-in-law.
Menendez's sister-in-law, married to her brother Brian, is that
Yes.
correct? And Maria Menendez, who is Lyle's grandmother and
Yes.
the mother of José Menendez?
Yes,
How many times did you talk to her?
twice.
And you mentioned Marta Cano. Did you also talk to Lester Summerfield, who was Kitty Menendez's treating psychologist for a number of years?
Yes, for about 2 hours.
Were there any other witnesses you attempted to interview but were not permitted to?
Objection irrelevant.
Overall, you can answer the question.
Yes, I tried to arrange a interview with Kathy, who is Lyle's cousin who lives in Northern California, and we were never able to dovetail it with the time that I was going to be there for some other reason. I also tried to interview Kitty's brothers, Brian and Milton, and they were unresponsive to my letters and a phone call.
Who is it that made the determination who you would speak to personally?
I did. I also tried, by the way, to reach Donovan Goudreau and had his numbers, but and left messages, but never heard back from him. I decided who I would interview.
Were there any limitations placed on you in terms of what material would be made available to you?
Only my own time and energy.
Were there any limitations placed on you with regard to who you could speak to?
No,
Were there any limitations placed on you with regard to your access to Lyle Menendez,
no.
other than
Logistics.
the jail? When you visited with Lyle Menendez, did you see him by yourself, or was there someone else with you?
I saw him by myself on almost every occasion. There was one, probably 1 hour period where I saw Lyle and Erik together. But primarily, I saw Lyle alone.
Now, from the list of witnesses that you personally interviewed, it appears that a majority of them are family members. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why was it important to you to interview family members?
Well, it's always important in an evaluation to get information from other people who potentially have information, have access to information about critical points in a person's life. I was primarily concerned about family members because I thought they would be in the best position to describe the family that Lyle grew up in.
Was it important to you to try to develop information about Kitty Menendez's childhood family?
Yes.
And was it important to you to try to develop information about José Menendez's childhood family?
Yes.
Why would that be important?
Well,
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Conte, did you interview family members in an effort to gather information about the childhood experiences of Kitty and José Menendez?
Yes.
And did you take that information into consideration in rendering an opinion in this case?
Yes.
You indicated that you spoke to Diane Vandermolen. Is
Yes.
that correct? And what information of significance did you receive from her?
Well, I think a number of things. I think probably in some ways the most important is her description of Lyle attempting to tell her when he was about 8 about some kind of touching with his father. There are other things as well that are important. She describes what it was like for her to be a guest living for a time with Lyle and his family. So she describes things such as the dramatic change in the atmosphere and people's attitudes when Jose would come home, for example. She described Lyle as being kind of relaxed and friendly and joking around, and Dad walking in and he would become very serious and reserved. She describes punishment or hearing punishment going on, something going on in the boys' rooms, and a clear message from Kitty that one did not go down the hall when that was taking place. She describes the temper tantrums, the rages that her aunt would periodically fly into. She describes being out at a party and falling asleep and coming home in the wee hours of the morning, and her aunt going into a rage about what inappropriate behavior she was engaging in, and Diane trying to tell her Aunt Kitty that fell asleep on the couch at a house of a gay man, and Kitty blurting out that gay men have sex with women too, quite angrily. She describes when she became pregnant and was not married, the great pressure that was put on her to have an abortion because she owed it to Jose and to the reputation, and when she refused to do that, the sort of...
Your Honor, at this time, I move to strike the information contained about the abortion as being irrelevant and subject to prior hearing.
All right. What I'm going to do is sustain the objection as to the entire answer and strike it. Jury is admonished to disregard it as hearsay, and if there is something specific that you wanted to bring out, Ms. Lansing, perhaps you could focus on it rather than have the witness just recite everything that was said by the witness who did testify here in court. And the jury has seen that witness's testimony. So the entire answer is stricken. The jury is admonished to disregard it.
What was the significance of the information that you've given us here in terms of evaluating Lyle's life during the periods of time that Diane Vandermolen was there? What view of the family did this information give you?
Talking about the information about the pressure to have an abortion, or?
No, overall, the information that Diane gave you when she talks about the rages. What does that tell you about this family?
Well, it tells us about a family who has at least one family member who is likely to fly into extreme rages, who can be quite unpredictable. A family where appearance and secrecy are facts of life. About a family that can exclude people if they don't behave in certain ways that meet the family standard. She also talked about an incident with her cousins of sexual behavior in which they interacted with her, and she went away with the feeling that these boys had been through this before, that they were experienced.
Now, when you say with her cousins, you're talking about Lyle and Erik.
Yes.
And are you referring to the incident she testified to here in court about? There's one incident where they tie her up and attempt to take her blouse off, and another incident in which Lyle makes some aggressive sexual moves toward her. in front of the television set.
Yes.
What was the significance of those events to you with regard to Lyle Menendez?
Well, I think the most significant is her sense that Lyle especially was experienced, that he had done this before. This wasn't a fresh kid doing it for the first time. So I think it suggests, it's not diagnostic, but it's suggestive of prior sexual experience on Lyle's part.
And at the age that this behavior was taking place, this is before his first girlfriend, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you draw any conclusions with regard to information Lyle Menendez gave you as to where he got that prior experience?
It is consistent with his description of his sexual interaction or sexual abuse by his mother.
Do you have any other information of sexual contact prior to the incident with Diane with anyone other than his mother or his father?
No.
You talked about the fact that she described rages by Mrs. Menendez.
Yes.
Did you receive information with regard to the existence of those rages beyond the period that Diane Vandermolen was talking about?
Yes, I believe Lyle's cousin Alan saw them at different points, and certainly Lyle and Erik described them.
And when Lyle talked about his mother's behavior and emotional states, did he describe rages as well?
Yes.
What other emotional states did he describe with regard to his mother? What other behavior did he observe?
In addition to the rages?
Yes.
Oh, there'd be periods where she'd be tearful and weeping. There'd be periods where she would go into what he called kind of high energy, where she would do the same task over and over. She might take all the rubber bands out and sort them by size, or she might take all the silverware out. It talked about periods where she would get quite interested in various businesses. For example, one point she wanted to sell something called Shockley products and threw out all his and Eric's toys and put them down in the basement and bought all of these products presumably to sell, and then never did very much to sell them. Or she had a rug business.
Your Honor, I need to strike that incident as being hearsay.
It's a
Right,
basis for his opinion, Your Honor.
All right, well, let me say this again, ladies and gentlemen, as I said before, if the witness during his testimony recites things that have been related to him by other people outside of the courtroom, or he's read in statements made by other people outside of the courtroom that you have not heard, they are not being received for the truth of what he says was said to him. They're just being received for the basis of any opinions the witness expresses, and you are not to find that these events actually happened, or that these statements that are made describing certain events describe events that actually happened. They're just a basis for his opinions if he expresses opinions based upon that information. And certainly you have seen many witnesses testify here in court, and those things about which the witness testifies based upon those things that you've seen here in court, the witnesses that have testified, and he refers to their testimony here in court. You've seen it, you can evaluate it and decide whether those witnesses have accurately or inaccurately told you what has occurred as a basis for his opinions. But when things are described of events that have been related to the witness outside of the courtroom, you have no way of personally evaluating that since you haven't seen those witnesses describe those events. And at this point, the witness just relies upon them as a basis for his opinions. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Based on the information you received about Kitty Menendez, did you attempt to make an evaluation as to whether she suffered from any sort of mental disease or defect or any sort of personality disorder?
Yes.
Objection, inappropriate.
Objection overruled to the form of the question. The answer will stand.
Yes.
And what other information did you rely on in attempting to make that evaluation?
Well, I reviewed the mental health information from her psychiatrist and also from her treating psychologist, treatment notes, the psychological tests that Dr. Summerfield had conducted at the time he was treating her, some information from her sister and sister-in-law.
Was it important to you to understand Kitty Menendez's behavior in order to evaluate the information you were receiving from Lyle Menendez?
Yes.
And what conclusions did you reach with regard to her behavior?
Objection, inappropriate opinion.
You'll have to reframe the question.
What information did you have? What conclusions did you reach with regard to her behavioral patterns, relying on all the information you've referred to so far?
Objection, improper opinion.
It's still vague as to what you're asking.
Were you able to reach a tentative diagnosis of Kitty Menendez based on all of the information you had, including the notes of her treating therapist?
Yes.
And what was that conclusion?
Objection, improper opinion.
You're asking for a clinical diagnosis?
Yes, I am.
Objection overruled.
Lack of foundation.
Okay, you want to approach and we'll discuss it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to continue on here with the lawyers, but there's no need to keep you here any longer. I know you've had some good conversations over there, but tomorrow morning, I'd ask that you get here a little earlier so we can get an earlier start, knowing full well that I've told you that we won't be in session in the afternoon, so we can hopefully get an earlier start in the morning. And we want to, if we can all at all possible, finish this witness's testimony. So expect to be here probably until around 12:30 tomorrow, but let's see if we can all get here at 8:30 tomorrow and see if we can start. So if you can all get here even a little before 8:30 so that when we open the doors, assuming everyone is here and ready to go, we can start up. I know as soon as I say that, something will happen and someone won't be here, but you never know. Let's not, as an individuals, each one of you as an individual, be the one who holds us up. So let's see if we can all be here tomorrow at 8:30 so we can start at that time, okay? All right, we'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. All right, did you wish to question at all, Ms. Lansing, or defer to the prosecution? Okay.
Dr. Conte, you have a degree from Whittier College in sociology and anthropology, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you take any psychology courses in order to obtain your BA?
There were some, it's been so long, I don't remember. I think there were 2 or 3 that might have been required.
All right, but you were not a psychology major, correct?
No.
And when you have a BA in sociology and anthropology, was that a dual degree?
Yes.
Okay. And you did it in 4 years?
Yes.
Okay. Your master's degree is in social work, correct?
Correct.
And did you go to school for, 2 years to get your master's?
Yes.
And during that period of time, did you take any psychology courses?
I took no courses in the Department of Psychology. I took courses in the School of Social Work that would have psychological and social psychological knowledge.
All right, and when you got your PhD, how many courses did you take when you got your master's in social work that had psychological components to them?
Can't tell you the number, but it would be it's hard to answer that question now without thinking what our curriculum is today. With the exception of some research and policy requirements, many of the courses would deal with human behavior in the social environment, clinical social work, those kinds of topics.
Did you write a thesis for your master's?
No.
Pardon me?
No.
All right, did you have to take a test then to get your master's?
No.
Well, what did you have to do to get your master's? Did you write a dissertation?
No. Dissertation is what you do when you're in a PhD program.
Right, a thesis is what you do for a master's
No.
degree. Okay.
Very few schools of social work require a master's thesis.
What was required to get your master's in social work at the University of Washington?
Coursework, supervised field work, and a certain level of performance.
Did you have any kind of specialty when you got your master's? In other words, did you have a field that you were interested in?
Clinical social work.
And when you talk about clinical social work, was that dealing with adults, juveniles?
I was primarily interested in kids and families at that time.
than when you got your Doctor of Philosophy in social work,
Social welfare, actually.
social welfare. Did you take any psychology courses for that?
No.
Did you take any courses in psychiatry?
No.
Did you take any courses in neurobiology?
No.
Okay. Did you write a dissertation?
Yes.
And what was the subject matter of your dissertation?
My dissertation was a methodological study of essentially which procedure is the best to use in studying human behavior. Do you observe? Do you have a video camera observing people? It had to do with which procedure would produce the greatest change in people's behavior when they were being observed.
So your dissertation was about the, I'm sorry,
The greatest change.
In behavior of people who were being observed.
so did you do any studies in order to test your thesis?
Yes, I conducted an experiment where I observed mothers and children interaction under different conditions of observation, having someone in the room with them, having a TV camera in the room with them. It was a terribly interesting research question that doesn't have a whole lot of non-research implications.
All right, so basically what you were trying to do is see the effect of research on the subjects. In other words,
Observation, that's
Okay.
correct.
to see if that made a perceptible change in the outcome of the research.
Correct.
All right. That had nothing to do with child abuse, correct?
Correct.
And how many years did you spend getting your PhD?
About 4.
All right, now, did you do any postdoctoral studies?
No.
And shortly after, you got your PhD in 1979, correct?
Correct.
And after that, you went to work as it looks like you were working as the the assistant professor at Jane Addams College of Social Work in the University of Illinois Chicago Circle, correct?
Correct.
And did you teach any psychology courses there?
I don't remember the specific courses, but I taught clinical social work courses that would have psychological and other social and behavioral science content.
How does a social worker different from a psychologist?
Well, they're different schools. They're somewhat different disciplines. There is considerable overlap, especially in the mental health area, between what a social worker and what a psychologist or what a psychiatrist does. There are some differences. Psychiatrists prescribe medications. Psychologists at the PhD level are trained to do testing and interpret testing. But in terms of clinical practice, there are probably more similarities than there are differences.
Were you trained to interpret psychological tests?
No.
You were not.
No,
But you interpreted psychological tests given to Mrs. Menendez in this case.
that's not correct.
Did you rescore the psychological
No, I
test?
caused to be rescored. I requested a psychologist at the University of Washington to take the test data, to rescore it, to interpret it, and then share that information with me. That is standard practice in the mental health area for both social workers and psychiatrists to rely on psychologists to conduct tests and to share that information with us.
Okay, are you licensed in the state of Washington?
No, the state of Washington does not license social workers. They register. I am registered as a counselor.
How do you get registered as a counselor? What do you have to do?
Registration requires a degree in one of the mental health fields, and application requires some training in AIDS, as I recall, AIDS education.
By AIDS, are you talking about acquired?
Yes.
All right. And so, in other words, if you have the degree and you have the training in AIDS and you fill out the form,
Yes.
you can be registered.
Correct.
And there's no testing to see if people are competent to be
No.
registered. All right. Now, have you ever had any training in the interpretation of psychological testing?
No, that would require a psychological degree to interpret. It is routine for psychologists to conduct tests and to share that information with other mental health professionals. And I do, throughout my practice, periodically rely on psychological testing, which I cause to be completed and a report prepared for me.
May I have a moment, please?
you done any studies such as?
Well, first of all, did you hear the testimony of Dr. Burgess when she testified about the neurobiological responses?
I heard some of it and I read some of it.
Okay, have you done any research in that regards?
No.
Have you done any research in the correlation between abuse and a fear response in an individual who suffered the abuse?
I haven't done any research. I am aware of some of the data on psychophysiological responses to stress, but I have no expertise in human anatomy or in human biopsychological processes.
Have you done any research into post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes.
And what is the nature of the research that you've done?
Well, whenever you study the effects of sexual abuse on children or adults, post-traumatic stress disorder is a characteristic outcome or effect. And so in the research that I've done, both with adults and with children, we have had measures or questions that address post-traumatic stress disorder.
In the state of Washington, if one is a psychologist, does one register in the same manner that a social worker registers?
No.
Do they have different kinds of testing?
Yes.
All right. And when
It's not only different kinds of registration, it's a different procedure. The psychologists are licensed in the state of Washington.
and what kind of research have you done on post-traumatic stress disorder? In other words, have you done studies personally?
Yes.
And those studies are interviews with people?
Well, there are interviews, or there are questionnaires, or they're the use of various tests and measures
Are those, I'm sorry, go ahead.
to tap or ask information about symptomatology that can then be used to understand whether someone has post-traumatic stress disorder.
Are these psychological tests?
They're not psychological tests in the sense that they are tests which are developed and restricted so that they may only be interpreted by psychologists. They are tests that ask for psychological information, some that I have developed and some that other people have developed.
Have you done any research into the effects of childhood abuse on adults' perception of danger?
Yes.
And what kind of research have you done?
I've worked generally in the area of battered person syndrome and familiar with the research on the effects of a wide range of traumatic events, battering, and other kinds of traumatic events.
Have you ever testified as an expert in battered woman syndrome?
Battered person syndrome, yes.
And how many times has that occurred?
3.
And what state did that occur in?
Washington State, Illinois, and Florida.
And those are the only 3 times that you qualified as such an expert?
On battered person syndrome, yes.
Have you ever qualified as an expert in any courtroom on any other subject matter?
Yes.
What? What were the subject matters, please?
Oh, it's phrased different ways in different courts. Childhood sexual abuse, interpersonal violence.
Childhood sexual abuse.
Sorry, interpersonal violence, child abuse.
Have you qualified as an expert in any of those areas in California?
Let me think. No, I've been called to testify and will in the next 3 weeks in San Diego for the prosecution in a childhood criminal sexual assault matter, but I haven't gotten there yet.
I have nothing further of this witness at this time.
Thank you. Dr. Conte, you indicated that if you need psychological testing done, thank you, you refer it to a psychologist to do. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do psychiatrists do the same thing?
Yes.
And are you familiar with DSM-3R?
Yes. I
And-
teach a course at the School of Social Work on the University of Washington based on DSM-3R called Adult Psychopathology.
And what is that course? What do you teach?
That course trains clinical social workers in the diagnosis of mental disorders.
And what experience do you have that enables you to diagnose mental disorders?
Well, I'm trained as a clinical social worker. Clinical social workers routinely diagnose clients in a wide range of settings. I've studied over the last 20 years psychological effects and psychological literature.
And on how many occasions would you say you've been called upon to make a psychological diagnosis?
Well,
Or a diagnosis of mental illness or mental disease or defect?
well, hundreds. I mean, every treatment case requires an assessment of whether there is a presence of a psychological or psychiatric disorder. Every time you do a personal injury evaluation, you are called upon to make a diagnosis and to present that. I would have no way of counting. It's a routine part of clinical social work.
And is that just in the state of Washington?
No, that's everywhere that there are clinical social workers,
Are there clinical social workers in California?
a great many.
And do you have contact with clinical social workers throughout the nation?
Some, yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, do they all make diagnoses of this type? Is that part of being a clinical social worker?
Yes. The DSM-3R that you referred to is the nomenclature that professionals in mental health use to describe certain mental disorders. It is a consensus document. Psychosocial nurses, psychologists, psychiatrists, social workers, a wide range of mental health professionals use that nomenclature, which is why the course is taught in the School of Social Work at the University of Washington, so that students are able to use that manual and to provide accurate diagnosis.
And what information do you teach in that course?
I teach pretty straight DSM-3R. What are the characteristics of various mental disorders? What is the process of making a diagnosis? What are the limits of this particular approach to the nomenclature? What are the essential features of the various disorders?
How long have you been teaching that course?
I don't teach it every year, but I've taught it 2 of the 4 years I've been at the University of Washington, and will probably teach it again next year.
What other experience or training do you have that enables you to make such diagnoses?
Well, I've worked, there's several. First of all, I have a PhD degree, which means I understand the process that how the manual was developed. I routinely review psychological research on various types of mental disorders. I've worked in the field, I've been to conferences, I've been at clinical consultations with other professionals, not just social workers, but psychiatrists and psychologists, where there has been discussion about what the appropriate disorder is. There is not an official training program that everyone goes through. People pick up the ability to diagnose mental diseases and disorders through graduate training, through consultation, through reading.
I think Mrs. Bazanich was asking you questions about whether you had any training in psychology or in psychiatry. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you indicated you did not.
that's correct.
So the question is what training you receive that enables you to make such diagnoses. Is that part of what clinical social workers do?
Yes.
Is that something new?
No, it's been part of what clinical social work has always done. As long as there has been a diagnostic manual, mental health professionals, including social workers, have used that nomenclature.
And when you teach this course, is it to undergraduate students who are seeking their degree, or what group
No,
are you teaching?
It's to graduate social work students who will become clinical social workers and who will practice in a range of public and private agencies where they provide treatment to people with various kinds of mental disorders and diseases.
Now, in order to provide treatment to people with mental diseases and defects, do you need to know what their problem is?
Yes.
And is it the person who gives the treatment who makes the diagnoses?
Well, often, but a full assessment requires much more than the ability to apply a label from the diagnostic manual. But because the diagnostic manual provides a language that professionals can use to talk to each other in shorthand ways, it is important for anyone who is going to provide treatment or other services to understand the nomenclature. But the clinical assessment that we teach, for example, I teach in my courses, but is taught to other social workers around the country, is far more complex and complicated than simply the nomenclature of that consensus document.
And what is it that you teach them?
In using the nomenclature or in...
No, you said it requires a far more
Well,
complex
you
assessment.
teach about human development, and you teach about how development can go awry. You teach about how family and other social factors may influence individual performance. You teach people teach social workers how to use questionnaires and how to use the interview method to elicit information, and then how to understand the significance of information that is obtained. We teach social workers to understand what various types of information mean in terms of their implication for service or treatment. We may also, in other courses, teach about family dynamics and how you assess families or how you assess groups. So clinical practice in all fields represents a wide range of social and behavioral science, and then also different theoretical models, so that some people will apply a behavioral model to understanding human behavior, and someone else might apply a more psychodynamic. And those are two very different ways of thinking about human behavior and would require two very different assessment strategies and courses. So mental health is far from being a unitary single theory. There are a wide range of different approaches to it. And so when you teach social workers and others to do assessments for clinical practice or for other kinds of mental health or social service programs, you're teaching them basically how to collect a wide range of psychological, social psychological, and social information, and then to use that information, depending on the nature of the program they're in, to make recommendations about what kind of services to be provided.
You indicated that you've testified in a number of different states. Is that correct?
Yes.
And have you been called upon to make diagnoses in those?
Yes.
In each of those?
Well, not every time, but quite often, yes.
And when you... Sorry. Lost my train of thought. You indicated you've testified for the prosecution before,
Yes.
and you're about to testify for them again?
Hopefully, yes.
Okay. And has it always been as an expert in the mental health field?
It's an expert in child abuse, interpersonal violence. It's been phrased in different ways, sometimes childhood sexual abuse. That is an area within mental health. It's a subspecialty. It's a multidisciplinary subspecialty.
And when you are participating in these various cases in which you've testified as an expert, are you called upon to evaluate people and determine whether there is, in fact or not, any mental illness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Almost always. There are sometimes other issues that would not involve the assessment of a mental illness. For example, in a criminal sexual assault matter, I might be called to testify about the credibility of a child's statement. That is not specifically mental health illness testimony. But quite often, and certainly all the personal injury cases, require an evaluation and a diagnosis.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
These hundreds of diagnoses that you've done, what was the purpose of them?
Some have been for treatment, so cases that I'm treating myself.
How many have actually been for treatment?
Well, probably the majority. I'd have to sort of break it down, but I've had a large number of clients over the year. Most of the diagnoses have been for treatment. I don't know the exact number of personal injury cases I've done over the years, but I would imagine this is a rough estimate, probably 50. Those evaluations always call for ruling out a diagnosis that might be inconsistent with sexual abuse, and sexual abuse can be associated with some diagnoses as well.
When you say personal injury, what do you mean?
Most of the work I've done is a victim suing for damages, psychological damages resulting from primarily childhood sexual abuse.
And in those instances, did you formulate a diagnosis of the patient or the client in relationship to a psychological diagnosis?
Yes, when there was a disorder present. Now, some victims who are abused don't have disorders that are in the diagnostic manual, so I have described the effects in non-diagnostic, but nonetheless in psychological and social psychological terms.
And other than these personal injury cases, have you diagnosed individuals for treatment purposes?
Yes, in my own practice and also as a consultant to other treatment providers.
What do you do in your practice?
About half of my work is treatment of child, adolescent, or adult survivors, and I provide psychotherapy, mental health treatment for victimization, and then about half of it is forensic.
And the half that is treatment of patients, how many patients do you treat at a time?
Well, at any one time, it varies pretty dramatically. I probably have 10 clients at the moment.
Do you see them weekly, monthly? Or?
I see some people weekly. I see some people more than one time a week.
And in these individuals, have you made diagnoses of their psychological disorders, if any?
Yes.
And do you routinely do that in relationship to patients make diagnoses?
Yes.
Have you ever made a diagnosis of an individual who was not a patient and who you had not personally seen?
Other than in forensic cases, no.
And in forensic cases, how many occasions have you had an opportunity to do that?
Without a direct evaluation. I don't know, a limited number, 20 times maybe,
20 times?
something like that.
Where you never saw the patient, just reviewed records and materials and made a diagnosis?
Yeah, well, it's a provisional, it's a tentative diagnosis.
Did you ever testify in a courtroom setting regarding any such diagnosis?
Not that I can recall.
So if you were to testify in this matter regarding a diagnosis of Mary Louise Menendez, this would be the first such occasion?
It would be the first time that I can recall where I've been asked to provide a tentative diagnosis, yes.
What do you mean by a tentative diagnosis?
Well, without access to the person, a diagnosis has to be tentative. And often, well, it's without information confirming that you can only get really from talking to a person, it's very difficult to absolutely say this is the diagnosis. Sometimes even when you have access to an individual, you say, well, there are several possibilities. Giving multiple diagnoses, for example, is quite common in mental health. So when you don't have full and complete information, you are making a tentative statement about what the symptoms seem to mean.
What is the value of a tentative diagnosis?
Well, the label probably has less significance than understanding the constellation of behaviors and symptoms.
Constellation is a bad word in this court, so.
Oh, sorry.
Or perhaps family constellation, so you can use that.
As a cluster of behaviors, then, Your Honor. The label has no real meaning. What is important are the symptoms, the grouping of behaviors that make up that diagnosis.
Basically, then, the value of whatever you would say has to do with how a person exhibited himself or herself rather than the diagnosis itself.
Yeah, the label per se is of relatively little use. Labels are short-term ways of describing a set of symptoms. The symptoms can be important in understanding treatment of that individual and understanding how the impact that individual may have on other people.
So if you were to describe an individual, it would be more, especially an individual you had not personally seen as a patient or someone who was a subject of an interview or process of diagnosis, it would be more significant just to describe the behavior of the individual rather than put a tag or label on that individual.
It's probably more useful, yes.
Okay, then, all right, anybody have anything else?
Question, and then I do
Couple
after
of
that.
follow-up questions.
Sure.
Do I understand you say that in approximately 20 cases, you've rendered a diagnosis of, in situations where you haven't had the opportunity to interview the person?
A tentative diagnosis, yes.
And did all of those cases involve situations where you had no prior psychological or psychiatric history on the patient? Were those situations where you had prior psychological testing or prior psychiatric history?
Or any record?
Or any
Sometimes.
records?
Oh, yeah. Well, without a record or without descriptions from people who knew the individual, it's impossible to place even a tentative diagnosis. So you rely either on what people who knew the individual can tell you or on what would be contained in records. Mental health records are best, but you might also find other kinds of records.
In this particular case, do you have the presence of mental health records or other information which makes you feel it's more reliable to render a tentative diagnosis than might perhaps be the case in a situation where you had no prior records?
Yes, in fact, the psychological testing in part supports the tentative diagnosis that I would have given prior to having the testing rescored, which I suppose sort of confirms, at least in part, my understanding or my tentative diagnosis.
And that was psychological testing that was performed by someone who did interview Mrs. Menendez?
Yes. Well, yes, although I think what is significant is that it's testing that Mrs. Menendez completed herself. The testing that we had rescored did not, because of the nature of psychological testing, did not include her therapist's observations. This was the responses to questions on a standardized test that Mrs. Menendez herself completed.
That's all I have.
Just briefly. Sure. When you got the report back, the results of the rescoring of the MMPIs, the two different tests that she took, did the description of what her characteristics would be, given this diagnosis, match the behavior that had been given to you by Lyle Menendez and other people?
Yeah, quite surprisingly, there was a significant correlation.
And when you read the description that someone else gave you as a result of rescoring this test, which Mrs. Menendez took, did that enhance the believability of the material that you had been given from Lyle Menendez and other people, that she was in fact a person who would act in the ways that were described?
Yes, I don't really like the notion of believability. I would say that the testing provided confirmation to the history I had obtained from her relatives, which tended to increase the confidence I had in the reports that I had received from her sons and other relatives.
And in what ways did these characteristics seem to match what you had heard? Or
Well, the description from the testing, which is really a person scoring the test, psychologist looking at the profile and saying, well, based on all the times this test has been used in the literature and based on my experience, this is the kind of person you would expect to find. And I gave very little information to the psychologist about the nature of the case. And so when it came back and it sounded like descriptions I had heard before, it increased the confidence I had that the prior descriptions were accurate.
When you say prior descriptions, what are you talking about?
from the relatives.
Prior descriptions of what?
Mrs. Menendez's behavior.
Do you have the document with you?
I think so, yeah.
Would it help you to refer to it in terms of the specifics of the, do you want to use mine?
Sure.
Have you seen it?
No. Do you have yours then? Yeah, we have another one.
Do you have other reports from the
No. This is it?
I'm not clear what you're asking me.
I'm asking you what out of the person who rescored her MMPIs suggested not only a diagnosis but described symptoms or characteristics. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the fact that other people have described behavior and the prosecution has attacked whether they're telling the truth or not, here is some objective, totally separate assessment that's done not by the defense. It's done several years before this occurs, and it describes a type of person who has a particular illness, and that illness manifests itself in particular ways.
But it doesn't manifest itself specifically in the ways that Mrs. Menendez behaved. In general, the witness can say that her behavior was consistent with some broad descriptions of or broad features of a diagnosis, but the specific acts are unique to an individual and everyone behaves differently. So the most that can be said is that her behavior was consistent with perhaps a diagnosis in general without going into the specifics. You can't say a person with a particular diagnosis would do a specific thing that some witnesses describe Mrs. Menendez doing. You can just say it would be that sort of behavior would be consistent with that.
Okay, so he could say that
Well,
he-
I'm just at this point posing this as a hypothetical. You said you wanted to talk to him about the specific factors, and you thought 5 was a good number, but I don't know if 1 is a good number or 0 is a good number, but you can certainly talk to him about that.
All right.
And it's already 5:30, so we've kept the court staff here longer than I had anticipated. So we'll resume tomorrow at 8:30, and even a little bit earlier if everything was set up so we can start as early as possible. And if you want to talk to your witness and confer on the subject that we've just been discussing, we can do it again tomorrow morning.
In which Mrs. Menendez found herself at the time, and because of her unavailability at this time for cross-examination or explanation, that the basis of the information is unreliable, that this particular diagnosis lends nothing to, first of all, the fact that someone who scored a certain way on this test would behave a certain way is speculative, and it doesn't prove what the defense seeks to prove. All it proves is that she may have been this way. It doesn't prove that she was. And because of those facts, this information is too unreliable and is too speculative to allow it to be presented to a jury. And the issue in this case is not how she performed on the test, but what happened on the night of August the 20th.
All right, let me hear further from the witness who's still on the witness stand. Ms. Lansing recited various psychological disorders in response to my question as to what the diagnosis was. What is your opinion, if there is one, as far as any diagnosis of an individual who scored as this person did on these tests?
Well, taking all the information that I have about Mrs. Menendez, I would say that an axis 1, which are the clinical syndrome axis of the diagnostic system, depression, alcohol abuse would be appropriate. Axis 2, I think and depression, if I didn't say that. Axis 2, I think she's more likely to fit within a borderline, possibly manic depressive. I don't see the schizotypical personality disorder.
Well, does she display symptoms of more than one disorder?
Yes.
And are you in a position to diagnose any particular disorder other than what you've just said?
I believe that those are the appropriate disorders that I would give her, based not only on the testing, but everything I know about her.
Right, depression. And is alcohol abuse a diagnosis?
Substance abuse is, yes.
Substance abuse. And is that based on the testing or just anecdotal information about her?
Well, it's based in part on the testing, which suggests that a person with that profile would be at risk for that behavior, and then it's based on the additional clinical information I have about her substance use.
Right, the fact that somebody was at risk doesn't mean somebody was actually abusing substances.
That's correct.
So the only basis for concluding that somebody abused substances would be to have anecdotal information about that.
Yes, sir, but that's always true, that the diagnosis of an individual based only on psychological test data would almost never be done. It would be based, for example, on an interview that a psychologist might do as part of the testing. So there's anecdotal, historical report from other people, or the individual herself is always included in the diagnostic process.
Right, I think as you said yesterday, the MMPI is hardly used as a definitive tool by a therapist to make a diagnosis.
That's correct.
It's basically a test that is given to millions of people, high school students and things of that nature. Is that right?
It's given to large numbers of people, yes.
And it's done for all sorts of purposes other than a diagnosis of patients.
Well, it's done primarily for diagnostic and treatment planning. It is used in some research as well.
All right, anything else?
Just the only thing that I'd like to add is that it would be our position that although this test is certainly not conclusive, it is something else that he read, that he relied on, that further validates any conclusions that he may have drawn. And I would like to at least have the jury know that he had such material, that he did read it, and that he did find it to be consistent with the other anecdotal information that he elicited.
Also, can we have the report marked as part of our offer of proof that's been referred to here?
Well, I haven't read it, so I don't know the purpose of marking it. You didn't supply it to me for the purpose of basis of this court's ruling, so other than documenting your preparation, I don't know what purpose it would serve,
Well,
unless you wanted me to read it before ruling on this matter.
The witness, I think, read the conclusions into the record yesterday
Yeah.
from the report.
Okay,
it would
so
be
that's
part
in the
of
record.
Information and he did say he relied on the report, so this would be.
Well, I don't see any need to mark it as an exhibit. He's indicated he's relied upon voluminous material, and we've had other witnesses testify they've relied upon voluminous material that has not been received. So unless you feel that it's critical or basis for this court's ruling that I review the report, I don't see a need to mark it as an exhibit, because it would be misleading to then have it represented as though I considered it, unless you want me to consider it.
I think the court, we would want the court to consider it. It's very brief.
Okay, then we'll mark it as an exhibit and I will review it. And while we're marking exhibits along those lines, to complete, as far as I'm concerned, the area dealing with materials that the court has been provided that deals with this subject, the court did receive from counsel a packet of materials that accompanied a memorandum that was filed by the defense for hearing on September the 7th of this year. And that was the memorandum that dealt with the admissibility of expert testimony on the subject, basically, of what we have been discussing here, although it related to the actual therapists of Mrs. Menendez. I'm trying to look at my calendar to see when exactly I received it. I believe I received it on September the 3rd, and it was officially filed on September the 7th for hearing on or after that date. And the packet of materials contained interview notes prepared by the defense of interviews with Mrs. Menendez's therapist. These were notes prepared by, to some extent, investigators, and also by counsel, I believe Ms. Lansing and Ms. Abramson. And they are of reports of interviews with Dr. Cox, Dr. Emery, and Dr. Summerfield. And those reports will be jointly marked, or collectively marked as Exhibit 309. And that'll be for identification purposes only.
Sorry, was that 309?
Yeah. And I have read those, and I did consider them in reference to the earlier rulings made in reference to Doctors Summerfield, Cox, and Emery and their proposed testimony. And I have considered them in relationship to this matter as well. I have not been provided with the notes, psychiatric or psychological notes prepared by those individuals, just with these interview reports. All right, I have also read the psychological assessment generated as a result of scoring or rescoring of the MMPI tests administered to Mrs. Menendez. And I note that the test dates as documented on these reports are December the 1st, 1987 and February the 1st, 1987. And each of the reports indicates, as I believe the witness did yesterday, that the tests were not entirely completed. Large numbers of answers were omitted. And the person doing the scoring indicated that interpretation should be made with caution as to each of these two tests. And let me then rule on the request of the defense to go into this report and or the diagnosis proposed by the witness. First of all, let me say that the witness himself has indicated that at best any diagnosis would be a tentative one, and that is because he has not himself spoken with or seen the subject, and without doing so, the diagnosis can be no better than a tentative one. And the witness himself has indicated that the best barometer of a witness's, strike that, an individual's or a subject's conduct is descriptions of that conduct and observations made of the individual describing that conduct, rather than a diagnosis. And there has been evidence provided by the defense which describes how Mrs. Menendez behaved on various occasions. The witness himself has indicated that he has never before testified as an expert witness in court dealing with a diagnosis of an individual who he has not seen for the purpose of making or expressing an opinion in court. This would be the first such occasion. The witness, although qualified in various aspects of his work by his lack of prior testimony in this regard and the limited number of times he has endeavored to make such diagnoses, I think he indicated 20 such times. The court has some concern about the qualifications in that regard to do so. But regardless of that and that aside, the concern really is here that the defense is seeking to introduce this evidence for the purpose of presenting to the jury character evidence. And this is a proposal that because the individual was examined on December the 1st of 1987, or tested on that date at age 46, and also on February the 1st, 1987, tested and was examined perhaps by her therapist, Dr. Summerfield, at or near that time, and was treated by him at or near that time. And that certain tentative diagnoses were made, that information is character evidence that would support an inference that Mrs. Menendez behaved a certain way over a 20-year time span, which is really what the defense is offering here. This is not a situation where the defense position is that on a specific day or a specific time, Mrs. Menendez behaved in a certain aggressive fashion that was at the time of a confrontation that arose to the level of the defendant reacting to it and her death resulting, which is the typical self-defense character evidence where the defense seeks to introduce character evidence of the victim to show aggressive behavior of the victim on prior occasions, to show that the victim behaved aggressively at or near the time, or at the time the fatal confrontation occurred. That is not what is being offered here. The defense is really offering a psychological diagnosis of questionable value to support in some fashion that Mrs. Menendez behaved in specifically and precisely the ways described by witnesses over a 20-year time period. And it just doesn't prove that. And it'd be very confusing and prejudicial and misleading to permit such evidence to be presented to the trier of fact. The summary of primary features that were related by the witness yesterday in his testimony and proposed by Ms. Lansing this morning as things that could be described by the witness are just tendencies. A person who tests a certain way would have tendencies to behave a certain way. Not that this person would or did behave a certain way, but just that people similarly tested in the past have a tendency to behave a certain way. That's the best these MMPI tests can be used, and their value, as the witness says, is limited, and the best and most appropriate avenue is the actual examination and observation of the patient or subject. And again, we're not talking about behavior on one isolated occasion, but what the defense is proffering here is that the theory that she was diagnosed or could have been diagnosed in 1987, and therefore she behaved 1 and 2 decades before that in fashion conforming to that diagnosis, and that just doesn't hold. And the court feels that this is improper character evidence. It's also improper opinion evidence in regards to character. It doesn't fall within the accepted use of character evidence under 1103 of the Evidence Code, and further under Section 352 of the Evidence Code, the potential to confuse issues, consume undue amounts of time, and mislead the jury is great, and the probative value of this information based on what is it's offered for is nil, and therefore the prosecution's objection to the offer here is sustained, and the witness will not be permitted to describe the diagnosis or the symptomology that one who has such a diagnosis might possibly display.
Will I be permitted to ask him if he reviewed the notes of Dr. Summerfield and reviewed the psychological testing that was done and considered it, informing his opinion, and if he found it to be consistent with other information he had, without going into the specifics?
Well, the trouble with that is, what does that show when you think about it? If he says that, then what does it mean?
Well, it's the basis for his opinion that he availed himself of as much information as was available, and that in reviewing it, he took it into consideration in forming his opinion.
Well, he's testifying, and that, again, is part of this overall discussion that we embarked on yesterday, and although I didn't articulate it today, it's part of my ruling that he's here to testify about opinions he's formed regarding the defendant's perceptions and the impact of things that occurred on the defendant and his perceptions, not on the perceptions of Mrs. Menendez. So it's difficult to correlate reviewing Mrs. Menendez's medical records or psychiatric records or psychological records to that issue. He's really testifying about the defendant, not about Mrs. Menendez. So how does reviewing those records deal with or relate to the defendant's perceptions?
Because I believe the thrust of the cross-examination has been, your opinion is based on the information you got from Lyle Menendez. If that information is incorrect, then your opinion is incorrect. And so it then becomes important to corroborate the information supplied by Mr. Menendez in the interviews. And an important component of the material that is supplied is the description of the behavior of the mother. And
I mean, the actual description of her behavior.
Of her behavior, and then the question becomes, if you tell me she's someone who flies into rages and gets physical and has emotional outbursts and drinks and is on drugs and is unstable and unpredictable, then the logical question is, well, if that's who she is, other people must have seen the behavior.
Well, you've had that. You've had witnesses testify.
Right, but what I'm saying is it's important in supporting his opinion and the validity of his opinion that what he relies on, he has reason to believe. I think the other witness has been asked, well, he could have lied to you. Erik Menendez could have lied to you, or Lyle Menendez could have lied to you. Isn't that true? And everybody gets asked the malingering question.
Well, again, but you go beyond that to these other witnesses who have recounted these things.
But it's important, it's his opinion that the jury is going to judge, whether they trust his opinion or not. And if he didn't have that information, obviously his opinion is much stronger if Lyle Menendez describes certain behavior, and there are a number of other people who also describe the behavior, and a number of other sources of corroborating data.
I'm not precluding the fact that he has been exposed to accounts of other witnesses who made these observations. That's certainly proper. You've done that.
The problem is that all those other witnesses have been the subject of a bias attack, that they are biased in favor of the defendants. And this is information of a different nature because it comes from independent sources. So,
What is information of a different independence?
Records generated by Kitty Menendez's therapist. And without contravening the court's ruling that we can't go into the substance of it, it seems he should at least be entitled to say, I base my opinion on those records.
You're saying the statements that she made in her therapy to her therapist should be part of his consideration?
Well, the statements that Kitty Menendez made to the therapist and the statements the therapist made in the reports were both considered by him as part of the basis for his opinion. And it seems that he should at least be entitled to say, I relied on that information without going into the substance of it,
Right.
because it seems the court's concerned with the hearsay nature of that.
Well, I'm concerned with the hearsay nature, obviously, and also with reference to any diagnosis. If you're saying he referred to the information without reference to diagnoses and things of that nature, is that what you're proposing?
Yes, that he at least be able to catalog specifically what information he took into account without going into the substance of it, in contravention of the court's ruling that we can't do that.
That he read the notes of Dr. Summerfield or whoever else
Yes,
without going into the content of it?
right.
So, okay, what is the people's position to that? Since he's read it, isn't he entitled to consider it?
That's, as long as that's what the question is, did you consider Dr. Summerfield's notes in your evaluation? If that's the question, that's fine. I believe that's what was allowed with the other defendant.
All right, is that what you're proposing to do? Or,
Yes, he not only read the notes, but he talked to Dr. Summerfield, so
yeah, I think he's
would-
already said that.
Yeah, what I'd like to elicit is that he read the notes of Dr. Cox, he read the notes of Dr. Summerfield, he reviewed the psychological testing, he interviewed Dr. Summerfield, and considered all of that in forming his opinion. I mean, I'd obviously like to go further, but if that's the court's ruling, then
All right, what is the people's response to that?
Well, I think that it should be more generic than to outline it as many different ways as possible, because then we're going to get into, and you also reviewed the testing, and then I can ask them, well, what test was it? And then we can go into the fact of some of the silly questions contained in the MMPI test, and then we can go into the fact that he didn't give the MMPI test to Lyle Menendez, and on and on. So I think it should be more generic. Did you consider the psychological records of Mrs. Menendez in forming your conclusion? And I think it should be limited to that.
All right, well, that does include the MMPI, so I think that should cover it. You know, the records. You can refer to the 3 doctors and the fact that you spoke with Summerfield, but I don't know if the MMPI adds anything to that. Since you can't go into the detail of it, and it really would, as the prosecution indicates, consume a lot of time if we wanted to go into the MMPI testing and how it's done and the nature of the scoring and everything else. You could spend hours and days on something like that for no real value. So let's do it that way. I think that's the appropriate solution to this situation.
Okay.
All right, anything else before we proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Evidently, the defense is now going to provide to the prosecution the box of letters which were taken from Lyle Menendez's car, the Porsche, after his arrest. And they want to use that as talking about the basis for his opinion. I've never seen the letters.
Well, you should see them first.
That's my concern, is that I would very much like to finish with this witness today, but I would
All
like
right,
to
I'll say
request-
this, that there aren't that many. There's a lot of extraneous material in there, in the box, that you can look at for other purposes, perhaps, but the letters themselves don't take that much time to read.
Okay. Also, the other issue I wanted to bring up outside the jury's presence is talking to Dr. Conte about the mentions of sociopathy in Dr. Oziel's notes. I asked Dr. Hart a question yesterday, which the court sustained an objection to, about, do you know what a sociopath is? And I wanted to ask Dr. Conte about, did you consider Dr. Oziel's notes? Did you consider the discussions of sociopathy in those notes? Since the court stopped me yesterday on Dr. Hart, I wanted to ask for guidance before asking those questions.
Well, as we discussed at the sidebar, the issue is that sociopathy might have a particular definition in psychology. And it might not be a uniform definition. It might be one that depends on who you speak with.
I agree.
And I'm not aware that it's a clinical diagnosis anyway, is it?
There's
Sociopathy by itself?
no, there's antisocial personality.
Okay. There's perhaps as he says, a different phraseology that encompasses the same subject. And the nature of the conversation between Oziel and the defendants, according to Oziel, was one in which he used the phrase on more than one occasion, and they asked for a definition, and he provided a definition in the context of a homicide, and then the defendants signed on to that definition that was provided by Oziel. So if one was to then ask a witness, what is your definition of sociopathy? And the witness gives a definition. The potential then is to have the jury believe that the defendant signed on to that definition of sociopathy rather than the definition that was provided by Dr. Oziel. And it would be misleading and confusing for us to get into that sort of discussion when the conversation related by Dr. Oziel was specific to his definition of the term and the defendants adopting that definition. So unless you want to deal with it in that context of how Oziel defined it and however you want to conduct your examination along those lines, otherwise it would be misleading.
What I would ask, though, is if this witness, aside from considering that they were acting in the fear response, did he ever consider the fact that maybe they were sociopaths? Or maybe this defendant was a sociopath?
Well, then what is the definition of sociopath?
Well, ask him what his understanding is and indicate that it's subject to dispute and it may not be consistent with other people's.
Well, then what would it prove?
It would go to his state of
Well,
mind.
why don't you use the phrase that's in the DSM-3?
The antisocial
Yeah,
personality
because
disorder.
sociopath has the connotation that it, and in the context of this case anyway, the definition provided by Dr. Oziel and the defendants adopting that definition.
All right,
which,
so if I use the term antisocial personality disorder,
well, let me hear from the defense. Sure.
It's our position that's still misleading because what Oziel provided was his description of a sociopathic murder. He's not talking about an antisocial personality diagnosis.
Yeah, I understand that, and I would say that the prosecution should not connect Oziel's discussion with that examination because they are unrelated.
correct. What I understand the court to be saying then is that there's a difference between what Dr. Oziel said in his notes and let's say we didn't have Dr. Oziel's notes. I should still be able to ask an expert, a psychological expert, if he considered other possibilities such as, and so what the court is saying is not to juxtapose the two in questioning so as to imply that because we're talking about this one now, we're talking about what's in Dr. Oziel's notes. Is that correct?
Yeah,
But I
because
am
you'd
going
be
to ask
confusing
him,
the issues.
Yeah, I'm going to ask about Dr. Oziel's notes, but they'll be in a different context.
There is a second point here, Your Honor, which is it's our position that until the expert offers a diagnosis, that it's improper cross-examination or rebuttal to suggest other diagnosis because obviously if he says Lyle Menendez is schizophrenic or suffers from some diagnosable mental disease or defect in the statistical manual, it would be relevant at that point to suggest to the witness other possible diagnosis, but he has not done that. And our offer of proof is he will not be doing that. His testimony will be, as with the other experts, that his findings were that Lyle Menendez did not suffer from any diagnosable mental disease or defect within the statistical manual or otherwise.
Well, the
So
facts, go ahead.
It's our position, it's improper rebuttal, and the purpose of it, as we anticipate, is to get before the jury certain characteristics of an antisocial personality disorder, and then to try and argue that that then opens the door to considerations of prior criminal conduct, because one of the characteristics of that disorder is that the person is engaged in prior criminal conduct, and that it's our position is an improper attempt to get that evidence before the jury,
All right, well,
unless and until the witness says he diagnoses him as a specific, on a specific disorder or disease.
well, specifically before any reference to other criminal activity is sought to be introduced by the prosecution, there will have to be a request for a hearing and ruling by the court. And the prosecution wouldn't be permitted to do that. But in general, if a witness testifies as an expert and says there is no psychological disorder, personality disorder observable or no diagnosis made, it would seem to me that the prosecution is permitted to test that opinion by exploring certain potential diagnosis and test the witness's credibility. I don't think that's
Your Honor, with
inappropriate.
regard to that, it seems to me that there should be at least some good faith belief that that Lyle Menendez fits the criteria, and I think if the prosecution reviews DSM-3R under antisocial personality, one of the threshold issues is there must be an onset of symptoms prior to the age of 15. I don't believe that there's any evidence to support that there were any such symptoms. So I don't think the question is even in good faith. That there's a number of other reasons why he doesn't fit the profile of antisocial personality. But I mean, theoretically, if this is a permissible scope of cross-examination, the prosecution could ask if he considered he's a paranoid schizophrenic, and these are people who have delusions, and there is a suggestion carried in the question that somehow he has some of these characteristics, or that the prosecution has knowledge greater than the jury. And so I think that that under 352, it's an improper line of cross-examination, because unless they have some reason to believe that he actually fits the criteria, I think that it suggests other behavior which has not been proven, which does not exist, and it leads the jury to speculate. Because if she ends up saying, did you consider whether he's an antisocial personality, suffers from antisocial personality disorder, and aren't the characteristics A, B, C, D, E? And Dr. Conte says, no, he doesn't. He doesn't fit those. It's not an appropriate diagnosis. Then all that's happened is that the jury is led or misled to believe that there are facts or there is evidence available, which is not available. He clearly does not fit the antisocial personality profile.
Well, if the witness has that opinion, then obviously the people would be unsuccessful in their effort to impeach the witness's opinion, and I don't think it would raise any such suggestions that because those questions are asked, that there's any information that he fits or has done things that would cause someone to believe he fits those features of that disorder. So I don't think that's an inappropriate cross-examination. That's would be within the realm of normal cross-examination when somebody expresses an opinion that the individual has no such personality disorder. So I'll permit it within reason. Obviously, I'm not going to permit prosecution to go into all sorts of minute detail on different features of a diagnosis if there is no foundation for it.
I have one other area, Your Honor, and that's with regard to the letters. It was the questions were directed at the letters in the box. It was not our intention to turn over the entire contents of the box. I think the testimony by Glenn Stevens was with regard to some letters. The questioning of Lyle Menendez was with regard to some letters. And I discussed with Mrs. Bazanich that there would be a stipulation in front of the jury that, in fact, the letters referred to in prior testimony have been made available to the prosecution and are those same letters that have been considered by Dr. Conte.
Well, except there is one that's not in there that was referred to. I don't know if it was referred to in testimony. Yes, I think it was, but by Mr. Stevens, that he described a particular letter that is not in there. It was a letter written by Mr. Menendez.
Not only that, I didn't understand that I was just going to get the letters. I understood that I was going to get the box and its contents. And I don't think the defense I'm not going to enter into that stipulation, because the defense now is picking and choosing what they choose to give to us, which is beneficial to what they want to prove now. And yet the things that they don't want us to see, we're not going to get. And therefore, they're trying to get the benefit of turning over information when, in fact, they haven't done full compliance. So therefore, I'm not going to stipulate to any such thing. Either we get the box and its contents or we don't.
Two things. Number one, I haven't looked at the remainder of the contents of the box for long. I believe the court looked at whatever letters were in there.
I looked at everything in the box.
Okay. I could look at it again. It may not even be an issue. I don't even really remember what's in the box other than the letters. I don't think there's anything of any moment.
From my observation, I don't think there was. There are a lot of personal papers of various sorts and records of various sorts.
Okay.
It might be that someone who has more intimate knowledge of all the details of the investigation might gather something from it, but I certainly didn't.
If I could have a moment to look at it. But my second point is this. The testimony was about letters that were in there, specific letters. And the prosecution was allowed to elicit the information that those letters have not been turned over, that they're not available to the prosecution. It seems to me that the remaining content of the box is no different than material that is in the defense file. It's not material they have specific information about or any reason to really have access to. I'm still willing to look at the box and, probably give all of it to them, but I'm not sure that they have a right.
All right, well, why don't you do that? It might save us time talking about it because, if the issue needs to be resolved, I would do it this morning as far as the full contents of the box. But if you want to look at it first, certainly.
And, Your Honor, before I start cross-examining, I'd like to at least be able to look at the box.
Yeah.
For whatever I'm going to be given.
Yeah, okay. But have you seen the letters yet?
No, I haven't seen anything.
Do you have copies of them for the prosecution? Or
I thought they would just look at the originals that are there. I have Xerox copies, but they're
Okay.
very hard to read, and I think they may be better off.
Okay,
mean,
I don't
there's
know which
darts.
ones you're going to be using. There was,
My
are
understanding
these
is,
the ones that were in that separate envelope?
I believe that there are 4 letters. That's
Okay.
my understanding. And then there's another letter which is written to Dr. Summerfield, which the people have a copy of already. correct?
That we have a copy of, not with us.
Okay, that wasn't in the box.
No,
Okay.
those are the only
All
letters
right,
I'm
let me
aware of.
then get that box and the envelope with its separate letters, separated letters, and then we'll let you proceed. But we have the jury here, and they've been here for 45 minutes, so I don't want to keep them waiting very long, so,
Your Honor,
yeah.
could I take a quick break?
Yeah, we're going to do that. We'll give you a little chance. Let's pick up at 1:45, and I expect the jury to be in the box at 1:45. State your name again for the record, please.
John Robert Conte.
All right, I'll remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Morning, Dr. Conte.
Good morning.
I believe when we left off yesterday, you were talking about the experience that you have in the area of evaluating families and interpersonal violence. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you have a clinical practice and have had for some time. Is that
Yes.
correct?
part-time.
And you do research
Yes.
and you teach in the area as well. Is that correct?
I teach more in the area of clinical social work, adult psychopathology. My teaching in the child abuse area is at multidisciplinary conferences and meetings and that kind of thing. I don't teach at the moment in that area at the university.
Now, when you talk about the multidisciplinary conferences, I think we had talked yesterday about there being some 125 such conferences that are listed on your current resume. Is that correct?
Yes, most of those are multidisciplinary because child abuse is a multidisciplinary field.
And what do you mean when you say multidisciplinary? Who's at the conferences that you are instructing?
Well, various disciplines such as social workers, psychologists, psychiatrists, attorneys.
And you indicated that you also were teaching the judges in Alaska about evaluating the validity of abuse reports. Is that correct?
Well, yes, that was one of the topics. It was a 2-day course for judges in the state of Alaska on various aspects of child sexual abuse. Assessment of allegations was one of the topics that I addressed, but there were others.
And I think in reference to that, you indicated that you were trying to dissuade them from a checklist approach. Is
Yes.
that correct? What did you mean by that?
Well, there's been an effort in the last 5 years or so by some individuals in mental health to develop tests or questionnaires which they claim will reliably discriminate between a true and a false case of abuse. Those systems tend to be used quite often in the defense of someone who is accused of sexually abusing a child, and they tend not to have much research support. They're quite appealing often, though, because they look like they're research instruments and they're printed on nice paper, and some of them you even add up and get a score, and if you get such and such a number, that means it's a true case. And I have tried not only with judges but with all professionals to try to remind professionals about how difficult it is. And while we desire an easy way to figure it out, in fact, it's a much more complicated procedure, and that really what we rely on primarily is what the victim tells us happened. Doesn't mean we automatically believe everything that a victim tells, because there has to be an evaluation process of the victim's statement.
Okay, and is part of what you teach that evaluation process?
Yes, and I teach some principles that can be applied to evaluating victims' statements.
And what are those principles?
Well, in fact, there's several, and I should say that one of the tests that I talked about that's been developed, which I think is pseudoscientific, is a test which takes only the victim's statement, doesn't even interview the victim, and takes a written statement and tries to compare that statement to see if it has the characteristics of what is supposed to be a true statement. The actual data that you can do that reliably is virtually non-existent. If it were inexistent, we would probably use it for all kinds of crimes. We would just take the victim's statement. So what you have to do is, I think, be quite cautious, and in analyzing a victim's statement, you look for internal consistency, for
Now,
example.
what do you mean by internal
Well,
consistency?
Is what the victim tells you over the course of your contact consistent with itself? If there is an inconsistency, why is there an inconsistency? For example, one of the things we find with victims is that over time they tend to give you more detail about a traumatic event.
Why is that?
Well, there's several reasons. It depends in part on the age and how traumatized the child was. Some people won't tell you because they want to see what you can handle. Some people may not have.
What do you mean by that? They want to see what you can handle. You're a therapist, right? In this kind of setting, you're evaluating them. Why would the child or the adult victim of child abuse want to know what you could handle?
Well, because most traumatized people who are telling you their story realize that it carries negative feeling, and it carries very powerfully negative images, and therefore they realize that the person who may hear it may be affected or traumatized by it. They also,
Do
I'm
they
sorry.
worry that maybe you won't like them if you find out?
Well, it can be shame that you'll feel bad about them, or you won't want to be around them because they've had a horrible experience. So it may be in part to protect themselves from the shame and the reaction they think that you may have to them. It may also be, though, that they can't afford to have you be overwhelmed by the story, because they need you to be in control, and they need you to be able to listen. And so they'll tell you a little bit at a time and see what you can handle, and if you can handle, you get more. I think probably a more significant factor is that these experiences are sufficiently traumatic that people have to manage, they have to cope, they have to adapt to the traumatic event, and so they try to push it from their own memory. And so often we find that when victims begin to tell you about an experience, new aspects of the experience will come to them. They'll remember things that they thought they had forgotten, or they'll suddenly make associations that they had long ago kind of buried in their mind. And so the lack of consistency over time may be because the victim is either remembering more or is willing to tell you more about what happened. So even though I said you look for consistency in what a victim tells you, there may be times that the lack of consistency actually supports believability because it is disclosing new information. You also look to see whether what the person tells you is consistent with what other victims have told you.
Now, how is it that are you relying only on people you've personally interviewed in terms of what other victims say, or
Well,
do you read material in that area?
I think it's always, if you rely on your own experience, you're always in the safest ground. And so the more victims you've talked to, the more you understand how victims talk about experiences, how various sexual abuse experiences are in fact experienced by the individual. And so the firsthand experience is important, but we also have research and countless narrative reports that are published of other victims' experiences. And so you listen to that, and if what the victim tells you, if it is consistent, then that may be helpful in understanding or in assessing the credibility. But that also has a problem, because what some people then do is say, well, there's a pattern to abuse. So, for example, one of the characteristics of most sexual abuse, or much sexual abuse, is a grooming process. It starts out gradually where an offender may be using non-sexual touch, maybe rubbing a back, and slowly move toward more sexual touch. That's a grooming process. It's, I believe, a kind of desensitization where the offender gets the kid used to being touched. Now, that's a common pattern. If you had in your criteria, well, there's always a grooming process, and a child or an adult described rape without any grooming process, if you were overly relied on that one criteria that I'd suggest might be important, that there is a grooming process usually, then you'd say, well, that victim describes no grooming process, therefore that victim must be describing a non-real event. Although, obviously, I think we all know that there are rapes in which there is no prior warning, there's no grooming process. And so what you do with each of these sort of principles that you use is also caution the person who is doing the assessment that there is variation. And sometimes some kids will say things that sound very strange. They'll say, I was abused by a clown. And you sort of think, well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it certainly is possible that an offender may have dressed up like a clown, or the offender may have somehow done, had a clown face or a clown nose or something, and the child is accurately reporting. So you have to be careful how you apply any of these criteria, and you have to balance them. Now, I think there are also things that you look for. I think you look for things that are unexpected, or you look for things that describe the abuse experience or psychological processes that are associated with the abuse experience that people would either have a hard time making up or couldn't make up. When a person, for example, describes a flashback, that is a remembering of a traumatic event, and you ask them about that, you can often get detail about that experience that sounds like other people that have described flashbacks and would be difficult to make up. Although flashbacks is probably the weakest kind of example of that, because that's now become part of the culture, and lots of people are talking about flashbacks. But there are other kinds of things that victims may describe. So it's really a sorting through process of listening, asking questions, coming back and asking other questions, trying to put it together. In extended evaluations where you have time, I often find that it's helpful to come back and take something out of context and ask someone about something they described and see if they can locate it, and they can, in the time that and in the way they had talked about it before. So again, it is not a precise, it's not a mathematical process, it's not a matter of checking things off on a list and saying, this person was abused.
One of the things that you mentioned is that there is some information out in the public domain regarding sexual abuse. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so is one of the things you consider whether the only information you're getting is that which might be accessible through popular literature? I mean, do you consider the possibility that someone might have read an article or watched Oprah Winfrey and now knows what to say? Is that something you're on guard against?
Yes. How on guard you need to be depends on the purpose of listening to the story. If you're only seeing someone as a therapist, you have to be on guard that this is in fact not a real experience, because you can't help somebody if they didn't really have the experience they're claiming to have, and so you have to sort it through it. If it's a civil matter, there's a lower sort of obligation on the professional. The more critical your opinion is going to be, for example, when it has to do with an issue of safety of a child, or when it has to do an issue such as the issue here, where it is the criminal justice system, then the person hearing the story has to apply a much higher standard to their listening and understanding and coming to some opinion about whether what you're hearing is essentially accurate or not.
You made a comment about if you have sufficient time, you go back to various incidents that have been related to you before out of context and ask about them again. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you've indicated you had 60 hours with Lyle Menendez. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you saw him over 7 different separate trips to Los Angeles. Is that correct?
Something like that.
And did you have sufficient time to engage in that process?
Yes.
And did you engage in that process?
Yes.
And did you also bring with you into this evaluation this higher threshold that you've described?
Absolutely.
And do you also look for whether there's any corroboration from outside what the victim tells you?
Well, yes, but the problem of corroboration in this area is a very knotty one. There is very rarely physical evidence, and really there's very rarely eyewitness evidence that will corroborate a story of interpersonal violence. We talk about interpersonal or family violence primarily taking place behind closed doors, where the only witnesses usually are the offender and victim, once in a while some other family member. There's rarely medical findings, for example, clear indications of trauma. So then unless, that is sexual trauma, unless you have physical abuse that leaves tissue damage or perhaps broken bones that can be picked up on an x-ray, there very rarely is corroboration. And that's why most state laws, for example, don't require corroboration of a victim's statement for it to be used in court.
You mean in prosecuting someone for, say, if someone is charged with abusing a child, if that child comes in and says it happened, if that child is believed, that's sufficient?
That's right, if the child is believed. But the absence of medical evidence or pictures or, once in a rare while you get a diary where an offender describes what they did. And that's really great when it happens in terms of prosecution, but it just doesn't happen that very much. So you search for additional evidence that would tend to support. And I think what you often get, if you're going to get it, is kind of a tip of an iceberg. And you have to be careful not to make that tip of the iceberg too big and make more of it than you can. But you will, on occasion, get some evidence which supports the accusation or the allegations about sexual abuse. But again, you have to be quite cautious about that because the field has believed things. I mean, we used to believe, for example, that incest fathers didn't abuse outside of the home. And we believed that, and so we often didn't ask fathers or other victims, and so we didn't, if we had a father who was accused. We now know, based on data, that probably half of all incest fathers are abusing outside of the home. And so when you have a case of incest, it is important for the investigator, and let's say you have a father who's a basketball coach or something like that, it's very important for law enforcement to talk to other children in that incest father's world, because they may be able to provide some corroboration for what the child says. So, yeah, we seek for corroborative evidence or corroborative information when we can get it, but we have to recognize that we are somewhat limited by our knowledge about the problem area, and we're especially limited by the fact that there just is so rarely. These acts can't take place if other people know about them, and so it's very difficult to get corroboration often.
Do you look at opportunity? If someone says that they have been abused by someone else, do you look for times when that person had access to the child in privacy?
Yes, although again, you have to be very cautious about that because it does not take a long time to abuse a child. So a teacher may say, well, I was only alone with a child for a 10-minute recess. That can be enough time. So someone who has more extended periods of private time, that's probably a more important factor than it is in someone who doesn't have a whole lot of time. But even if you don't have a whole lot of time, it's still possible to either physically or sexually abuse, for that matter, a child.
In this case, did you interview and review testimony of various cousins who lived in the Menendez home?
Yes.
And did they describe the fact that when José Menendez would go to the bedroom with Lyle Menendez or with Erik Menendez, but in our case, more importantly, Lyle, that no one would ever think to go down the hall, let alone go in the room?
Yes.
Did that have any significance to you?
It supports secrecy, and it supports an awareness that something was going on down there that should not be interrupted. But you also have to recognize that in families there are many times, there's all night long that something could take place. So it's not just those opportunities that the cousin described. Incest, the the nature of the opportunity and the time that is available and the access is very different than in non-family cases.
Were you shown photographs? Your Honor, may I approach with exhibits 232, I'm sorry, 232 and 223? Dr. Conte, I'm showing you the previously enumerated exhibits and asked if you had the opportunity to see those photographs.
Yes.
And are you aware that they have been identified as one of Erik Menendez and one of Lyle Menendez?
Yes.
And are you aware that they appeared in a roll of film which also included birthday party pictures from Erik's 6th birthday?
Yes.
And are you aware that the envelope which contained the pictures when they were picked up at the film store has Kitty Menendez's writing on it?
I was told that it was her handwriting, yes.
Now, is there any significance to you about those photographs?
Well, yes.
And what is that significance?
Well, I think there's several issues. First of all, as I remember the roll, these were interspersed among other photographs. I think probably every family that takes pictures of kids probably has pictures of kids bathing, especially little kids. I think the fact that these heads are cut off and there is such a focus on the genitals is unusual and certainly should create some level of concern about the motivation of the person who took them.
Now, in addition to all of the other people you interviewed, you indicated that you discussed the topic of his molestation with Lyle Menendez himself. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you form some opinions with regard to the validity of the information you were receiving?
Specifically about the molestations?
Yes.
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
I think that Lyle was essentially describing a real experience that he had had with his father, or a set of experiences.
What do you mean essentially describing?
Well, this is a little bit complicated. I don't think that any human being necessarily has the capacity to be 100% accurate about everything over a lifetime. I think when there are traumatic events, people often keep pieces of those traumatic, in fact, the things that may be the worst to them, they may keep them protected. They may defend against them. They may bury them deep. I think that Lyle's description of that experience with his father was very painful. And I believe that he told me what he was able to tell me. And what he told me is believable. I wonder, I guess, whether there was more to tell. But I believe that essentially what he told me made sense. It was consistent. He told it the same way. His description and affect when he was telling it to me were, I think, credible.
What do you mean by his affect? Was this something he was eager to talk about?
He wasn't eager. He wasn't overly dramatic about it, but it was quite painful. He had a lot of shame. He was talking the way I've heard many young men his age and men older talk about an experience in which they're sexually abused by a father.
Now, was it his concern for his own shame, or was there something about giving up information about his father that seemed to be a factor?
Objection calls for speculation.
Based on the interviews that you had with him over this period of time, did you form any opinion with regard to Lyle Menendez's willingness to reveal negative things about his father?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
Objection to proper opinion.
Sustained.
You said the affect, how it is people tell you information, is important. Why is that?
Well, again, it's one of those factors that you have to be very careful how you think about it. Often, when a person talks about a traumatic event or experience, they will be re-experiencing in some way that past traumatic event. They may also be experiencing emotions that take place in the context or around the time. So there may be shame, there may be pain, there may be guilt, there may be sadness that they were being hurt. Now, at the same time I've said that, some victims will talk about incredibly horrible experiences, but because they have separated from the physical or emotional pain, they will tell it in a very matter-of-fact way. So the absence of emotion that appears consistent with the description of a traumatic event doesn't mean that the person is making it up. It just means that the person has separated from or somehow tried to cope with the feeling, the pain that goes with it. So a lot of these factors I've talked about, when they're present, they are helpful, but when they're absent, you don't know for sure what to make of the absence of it. So Lyle's description of the sexual abuse by his father had affect. It had shame. It had reluctance to talk about it. It had some level of embarrassment, I think. It wasn't overly dramatic, but we were doing it in a very slow way, too. I mean, we were doing it in as supportive way as I knew how to get that information.
What were the factors that you relied on in making your determinations that this information was accurate? I'm sorry.
You mean the information about, specifically about the sexual molestation, or?
Yes, about the sexual molestation.
Well, I think he described behaviors that other victims have described. He talked about the experience and what it felt like at the time. And I think one of the most compelling things, for example, was talking about how much he wanted his dad to love him and how much he wanted to do. He knew that this was important to his dad, and his dad liked it, and he wanted to make his dad feel good. I mean, those are the kinds of thinking and affects that a victim who has a relationship with the offender will in fact engage in, that kind of mental process. So, you know, he was saying, I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all, but I wanted him to like me, and I wanted to be close, and I wanted to do what pleased him. So I felt that was credible.
He told us here on the stand that he had also done the same type of thing to his own brother.
Yes.
Did that have any meaning for you in terms of evaluating this?
Yes.
And what was the significance of that?
Well, again, it's not all victims, but many victims will engage other children, often younger children, in the same things that are happening to them. There are different labels or different ideas about why victims do that. One of the reasons is that it's a way of gaining mastery over the experience. So you do it again, but you do it as the doer in the hope that it'll feel different. Some people talk about trauma play or traumatic play. It's acting out with others or in play the traumatic event that you were exposed to. His description of what he was doing to his little brother, both when I talked to him about it and when I saw the videotape of him describing that, were consistent, and those two times were consistent. And it was also consistent with how victims have talked about victimizing other people. Especially, I think, significant is that he was engaging his brother in that aspect of the abuse that he experienced with his father that I think was the most aversive, the sex with objects. When he talked about that, that was clearly the most uncomfortable, most traumatic part of that traumatic experience, and that was the part that he was engaging with his brother.
And when you said the videotape, you mean the videotape of his testimony?
I'm sorry, yeah, the videotape of the testimony.
Were there other factors that you considered in arriving at your conclusion as to the validity of the information he provided you?
Well, you know, it's a little bit hard to take one piece out, like, well, let's just talk about the sexual abuse. I mean, an assessment of credibility, you don't make it just on one piece of information. You make it over the course of an entire evaluation. As I said, there are some things about the molestation by his dad that I have trouble with. I'm not sure that I know everything that there is to know about what happened, but what he told me is essentially credible, and I take what he told me over the course of my time with him to be essentially credible, applying the highest standard that I must in making that assessment.
Now, when you say essentially credible, are you suggesting the information he gave you was false, or really that he didn't give you all of it?
I'm not sure that he gave it all. I think what he gave me was accurate to the extent that any human being can describe that kind of experience accurate. But when you're with someone, you develop hypotheses or areas which, if you had another 60 hours, you might explore. Or if he was a therapeutic client, I would explore with him much more whether the abuse with his dad had gone on longer than he now remembers or longer than he's willing to say. But I didn't have another 100 hours, and even more significantly, he's not a therapy client. And so, what he told me, what he was able to tell me was plausible. It doesn't mean I do have suspicions about maybe it went on longer. That's a suspicion or a tentative hypothesis that I've made. If I were seeing him more time or in a different setting, I would explore with him. You do that with clients all the time. They tell you so much, and then you say, I think there's probably more here. The advantage of a therapy client is that you can, in 6 months or in a year, that issue may come back.
What other factors did you consider in assessing the believability of the information he gave you? Were there other activities that he described that had some importance to you? Such as the stuffed animals.
Yes, but that goes to a much larger issue, I think, than just the molestation. Yeah, I think his discussion of the stuffed animals was really quite amazing.
Well, let me stop you here. It goes to a larger issue, and is that his overall credibility in
Yes.
terms of the psychological abuse and the physical abuse and the description of the family setting?
Yes.
And what was the significance of the stuffed animals in that context?
Well, many survivors have stuffed animals. I believe Dr. Briere, I read his testimony about that, and he said that. And that is true. I think many survivors do. Although I've never actually seen that described in the literature. It's something that people who work with survivors tend to know. Maybe in the literature, I just am not aware of it. But what was phenomenal about Lyle's use of the stuffed animals is that he really, first of all, he had large numbers of them, and he gave them personalities, and he acted out scenarios with those stuffed animals, kind of issues in his life. And he had personalities in the animals, or gave personalities, that sort of represented issues in his life. He had, nasty stuffed animals, and he had weaker ones, and he had stronger ones, and he had sort of a judge who made decisions about what was going on among the stuffed animals. And in a sense that in a way that I've never heard from another victim, he, in a way, was doing play therapy. When we see traumatized kids, we often ask them to act out with animals, with puppets sometimes with a dollhouse, sometimes in sand play, their bad experiences. The difference between Lyle's acting out his issues with his stuffed animals and play therapy is that there was no therapist there to help guide the process. And so there was no therapist there to help talk about the feelings that the stuffed animals had, or to maybe figure out ways that the stuffed animals could work out the scenario in a different way. So his description of how important the animals were and what he did with the animals, he took them when he buried the rabbit, for example, some of them were there. And his collecting other animals that were kind of orphaned by his brother. This is sort of an over-involvement, or it's an excessive use of animals for to meet a therapeutic need. And he told me, for example, at one point that his mom had thrown a stuffed animal out and the dogs had got it and ripped it up. And he told me that he had been able to save the hat. They're still important to him in a way, that this was a very significant thing to him. He told me that he took him to high school and it was okay because he was a popular kid. Although I read it elsewhere, I think in the school notes, that he really was kind of teased about it. But they were so important to him because they've had this therapeutic coping purpose to him. That description was wholly believable to me, and I don't think a non-victim would have known that therapeutic use. And I talked to Stacy Feldman, his first girlfriend, on my trip to New Jersey, and she described, oh yeah, the animals, and so there's confirmation just about how important these were in his life. So that's one of a number of factors, I think, that I found to be important in sort of assessing his overall credibility.
What were some of the other factors?
Well, it's a much smaller, but it's, I think, psychologically quite significant, but it's another example. When he was a young guy, Muncie, and it might have been a little bit older, he had a little ceramic leopard. When he described it, it was my memory of the kinds of things you used to be able to get at carnivals, if you tossed quarters in the bowls or something. And this leopard kind of sat up, and Lyle had a period of time where as he would walk through his room, he would have to turn the leopard so that it would be facing wherever he was. That's an externalization of anxiety. It's a little ritual that made him feel safer. It's sort of, he had a lot of internal anxiety. He would externalize it, and this was a little thing that he could do to feel safe. He also had to touch things. If he touched them once, he had to touch them again. These kinds of little rituals that...
What's the significance of that, of touching something once and then touching it again?
It's a little ritual to feel safe. It's an externalization of anxiety. Which sort of helps him, gives him something to do to relieve the tension. I got a little caught there because I was going to mention that as another kind of example. People often carry things with them that are great significant. I have a pocket knife that I carry and often touch. I don't have it today because I can't fly with it, but this sort of, it's a symbol, it's something that makes you feel safe. In Lyle's case, the leopard was that kind of a symbol, but it was also a ritual. It gave him something to do which served the purpose, I think, of reducing his level of anxiety.
Now, are things such as the extensive involvement with the animals, the moving of the leopard, or the touching things twice, is that information that is available in the public domain in terms of reading magazine articles, or is this rather unusual behavior?
It's unusual behavior. I've not read everything that's in all popular literature, but I have seen a number of movies and television shows, and I've never heard these kinds of behaviors described as a something that victims do. So I find it hard to believe that he read about it someplace. But even more than that, the way he described it without knowing the psychological significance of what was going on. He described it in a way that I've heard other victims talk about that kind of thing. I've had other clients, none of whom have had a leopard or had that excessive stuffed animals, but who've done other kinds of things or had other kinds of acts or activities that made them feel safe, or other ways of dealing with anxiety.
Dr. Conte, in your work, have you become familiar with the concept of the battered woman syndrome?
Yes.
And is that something that is recognized both in the world of psychological issues and also in the legal world, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And could you describe for us what the battered woman syndrome is?
Yes, it's a little bit difficult to do that without tracing a little bit of the history of its development. I'll try to be brief. For many years, especially sort of from the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, it was generally not regarded as a socially bad thing for a man to hit a woman or a child. It was in some circles, but generally there wasn't the same concern about it. In the late 60s, early 70s, I don't exactly remember when Dr. Kemp first published an article about the battered child syndrome, but beginning at about that time, late 60s into the 70s, people began to talk about child abuse as a bad thing, and they began to talk about it as being dangerous to kids. At about the same time, for a number of historical and social reasons, the shelter movement began. And the shelter movement was kind of a grassroots movement of women finding safe houses for other women, places that women could go when they were being beaten and battered. And as those shelters began to be in existence, people began to confront some problems in understanding the behavior of, for example, battered women. For example, the police had come, they'd arrest the batterer, he'd be out of the home, and then the battered woman would go down and bail him out. Or she'd be safe, and then she'd go back. And so there was these sort of, doesn't seem to make common sense why somebody would get the person who'd hurt them out or why they would go back to that. So because of this real-world practice concern in the shelter movement, people began to do research and began to talk to battered women. And what people discovered was that there are a set of behaviors and psychological processes that happen to a person who is battered. And those behaviors or those psychological processes have come to be known as the battered woman syndrome. And there are things like, overwhelming fear and a sense of isolation and hypervigilance and some of these kinds of concepts. And so the battered woman syndrome describes a set of behaviors that help us understand why battered women sometimes do what doesn't, to people who aren't battered, seem to make sense.
Now, when you're talking about battered women, you're talking about adults.
Yes.
Is that correct? And you're also talking about women.
Yes.
Is there, when you talk about the sense of powerlessness or hypervigilance that they experience, is there any reason that adult women experience it and adult men wouldn't or children wouldn't? I mean, is it just limited to adult women?
Well, no, and to the contrary. I mean, the development and the widespread dissemination of the battered women syndrome concept, I think, is a function primarily of modern feminism and organization of women and dissemination of that idea. But the research which supports battered women syndrome actually draws on other areas. It draws, for example, on hostage research and hostage theory. It draws on work with concentration camp survivors. And so it really was an accident of history, and in part it was an accident of the law, because this concept, battered woman syndrome, was taken into the law quite quickly and was used and argued about. But the same behaviors are noticed in other kinds, not just adult women. They are applied currently, for example, to people who live in same-sex relationships, so that we can talk about gay or lesbian battering. And people are beginning to also acknowledge or recognize that those same set of symptoms exist in battered children. And so there's a beginning use of the term, for example, battered child syndrome, or abused child, or battered and abused child syndrome. I really think that the more appropriate term is battered person. Battered person is a more generic term then that will describe to the same essential set of characteristics, whether you see them in women or gay men who are in a battering relationship, or kids.
Now, when you talk about the powerlessness or the helplessness, can you explain to me what you mean by that?
Well, sure. Powerlessness is a sense that you don't have alternatives, that you are unable to keep bad things from happening, that there is no way to avoid the ultimate thing you dread, which is being battered or abused or somehow hurt. And it is something which is learned or conditioned over experience with whoever the batterer is. You learn that there's no way to prevent it, or to avoid it happening. And so you begin to develop this sense that there's nothing you can do, that you are powerless to prevent or avoid that experience from happening. Now, there's some different theories about what powerlessness is and where it comes about, and there are some different research areas which support it. But this sense of powerlessness and inability to control your environment, to keep the bad things from happening, is part of this concept.
Does it affect your ability to leave?
Yes, it affects your ability to leave in that you've been unable to leave before. You don't believe that leaving will really prevent it from happening. And you begin to develop a sense of self as someone who is unable to control things, influence things that happen to you.
Now, are you saying that the research shows that this is something that happens to the women in these relationships, that they develop this perception of themselves and the world they live in, that they don't have the power, they don't have the ability to leave?
Well, they have the ability in the sense that they have, they've got legs, and many of them have families, and many have jobs, and so they could, in fact, literally from an objective point, leave. But what the sense of powerlessness does is sort of blocks the ability to see that you have alternatives. When you are unable over time to prevent something bad from happening, nothing you do prevents abuse. In fact, even when you do what you think is going to prevent it, you still get abused. You develop this sort of sense, well, there's no point. It's fruitless. It's not going to work. And so in a sense, the sense of powerlessness overrides the person's real capabilities. In fact, one of the things that the sheltering movement has done is to provide ways of helping women get back in touch with the fact that, oh yeah, I can leave. I do have legs and I do have resources. But to do that, they have to overcome one of the effects of battering, which is this sense of powerlessness.
One of the other characteristics you mentioned is hypervigilance. Now, what does that mean?
Hypervigilance is sort of a fancy way of saying that you're really alert, that you pay attention. In really critical situations, you tend to pay attention a whole lot more. Hypervigilance describes this paying attention a whole lot for cues in the environment that are going to tell you that something dangerous is about to happen.
Now, Dr. Conte, do we all read cues in the environment? Do we all look for what mood somebody is in before we bring up a particularly difficult topic with them? Is that reading cues?
That's reading cues. That's trying to predict, try to get a sense of where the other person is or what's going to happen. Cue reading is a fancy way to talk about it, but yeah, we're all alert to people we live with and even people we're not live with. And we see someone on the street who looks a little menacing. When we say looks a little menacing, we're reading some cue about that person or that situation that tells us something's at risk here.
Are people who live in battering situations or who have been battered more inclined to do that than people who have not? I mean, or do they do it to a greater degree?
Well, again, I'm afraid it's one of those things that you have to sort of tell both sides of. Yes, many people who live in battering environments, really many people who are in traumatic environments become hyper alert. They become more likely to attend to cues or events that are going to tell them what's going on and what the risk is. Now, some people who are in traumatic environments become the opposite of hypervigilant. They tend not to read cues. In fact, one of the reasons to protect yourself in a really violent, stressful environment where there are lots of cues that are telling you you're going to get hurt is to become less sensitive to cues. So it's, again, victims of trauma will respond in different ways, but a way which is often noted in people who've been exposed to trauma, including war trauma, is this hyper alertness, looking for cues that are going to tell you what's going on and what the danger is. The problem with hypervigilance is that because of the concern, the heightened awareness and concern about cues, you can often misread cues. You're so carefully looking for something that's going to tell you, am I going to get hit? Am I going to get hit now, or is it going to be in a few minutes? That you sometimes will misread cues.
Do you see something like that, like a child who gets hit? If somebody makes a rapid movement with their arm, that child may flinch.
Yes.
Is that the type of...
Right, they may get up from their chair and the child will move back. That's misreading of a cue. It's saying that thing that I saw, which I thought meant danger, it turns out it wasn't.
Now, did you talk to Lyle Menendez about other aspects of his life besides the sexual abuse by his father?
Yes.
And a lot of the areas were covered by Dr. Hart yesterday, is that correct?
Yes.
You were in the courtroom. And a lot of the areas have been covered by the various witnesses who've testified, whose testimony you've read, I understand. Is
A lot
that
of it.
correct? Directing your attention specifically to the, what we refer to as the last week, the Tuesday through Sunday series of events. Did you discuss those with Lyle Menendez?
Yes.
Can I have counsel approach this for a moment? Your direct examination.
Dr. Conte, I believe as part of your evaluation in this case, you segregated out events of the period from Tuesday to the Sunday night when the shootings occurred that you found to be significant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was the first event of any importance the confrontation between Lyle Menendez and his mother and her ripping off of the hairpiece?
Yes.
Now, did you have other information from the various sources you relied on, the other witnesses, the therapy notes, information supplied by Lyle, in terms of Kitty Menendez's temperament and behavior throughout his lifetime?
Yes.
And did you have information specifically with regard to her temperament in the last few years?
Yes.
And were these rages, such as he described, consistent with the other information you had received?
Yes.
And I believe that that both Lyle and Erik Menendez testified that Erik Menendez did not know that Lyle Menendez had a hairpiece. He knew something had been done to his hair, but he didn't know that he had a hairpiece.
That's my understanding.
Was that consistent with other information you had about this family?
Yes.
In what way?
Well, this family, by lots of observers, has been described as incredibly secretive, that they didn't share things about each other and about abilities and problems, even with close family members, aunts, uncles, cousins. The kids were told, in fact, not to share information about grades or speech problems or other kinds of things like that. So yeah, it was an incredibly secretive family. And I wasn't surprised to learn that Erik didn't know that his brother had a hairpiece.
And is being secretive something that you find in abusive families?
Certainly, being secretive is something you find in many pathological families, abusive and other types of families where there is some problem that people don't want out.
I believe the next significant factor you identified was Erik then told Lyle what had been happening with his father, between Erik and his father.
Yes, I think he started to tell him about, wasn't not a lot of detail, but started to tell him that something was going on between he and Dad.
Is this consistent with both what you knew about this family and what you know from your experience about people reviewing their own victimization, revealing their own victimization, that he wouldn't have told Lyle before,
Yes,
and that he would tell him on this occasion?
yes. This was an occasion of great emotion. He was shocked. He saw his brother, with a hairpiece ripped off. There was a lot of pain done to his brother, so it was a highly emotional situation or event. And so in the spirit of, or consistent with that emotion, Erik tells him a secret about something very painful and traumatic.
Now, Lyle had always been viewed in this family as the heir apparent. He had a position of more power or respect in the family than Erik did. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure power is the best term, but yeah, he had a special position. He was the heir apparent, he was the favorite.
Would there have been any impact on Erik seeing Lyle in a vulnerable position?
I think seeing his brother in a vulnerable position may have triggered his own vulnerability. I think and that probably interacts with the emotion and the surprise. I mean, these are complex emotions that probably happen all instantaneously and led Erik to tell his brother.
Now, when Erik reveals this to Lyle, do you have any information from your interviews with him or your assessment of the situation in terms of its impact on Lyle that his little brother has been victimized in this way?
Yes.
What is the impact?
Well, I think there are multiple impacts. I mean, I think he sort of instantaneously remembers and feels guilty about his own abuse of his little brother. He remembers talking to his dad when he suspected abuse of Erik earlier on in his life, and when his dad said, nothing's going on, and if anything is going on, it'll stop. So his view of his father is suddenly challenged. And so, you know, in an already aroused state, because he's crying and in pain because his hair piece is ripped off, his brother reveals this, that instantly triggers guilt and surprise at the father and a sense of responsibility, which sort of, you go up the level of anxiety and fear and arousal, and, you know, it's a highly emotional environment. And, you know, when we talk about it in a cold sort of way, I don't think it's possible to communicate the level of emotion that was going on between these two brothers at these series of events that happened real quickly.
Did you form an opinion as to the relationship between Lyle and Erik in terms of whether Lyle perceived himself as the protector of or responsible for his little brother in some way?
Yes.
And what was that?
Well, I think it's a somewhat complex relationship. I think early in their lives, Lyle, you know, we've already talked about the fact that Lyle sexually abused his brother. There's also a period where he beat up his brother some, encouraged, I think, by his father. But in the later years of their teenage period, they became much closer. Lyle took on a protector role. Erik told me that he looked to Lyle, that he loved his brother, talked about being at a camp together as kind of a pivotal bonding experience between these two. And so, yeah, by the time that this incident and these two secrets are revealed to each other, this is a very close, supportive sibling relationship.
You then indicated that the next important step is the discussion and the determination that by Lyle that he will talk to his father. Do you find that to be consistent with how he had dealt with his father throughout his life? That is, did he go to his father and express his opinions and demand changes and sort of assert himself in that way?
Yeah, there are a number of instances where he did that.
How many?
Well,
is it more common that he would do that he would assert himself with his father? Or
less common. I mean, I think he would be less likely to go, but there were some times where he would go and talk to his father about issues that were important. In terms of real confrontation on issues of this nature are very important. The only one I can think of offhand is this time that he went and talked to his father about his suspicion that something must be going on between José and Erik.
And when he indicates that he felt confident that this was going to result in correcting the situation, did that reflect an accurate assessment on his part of the reality of who his father was and the relationship he had with him? That he would just go to him and say, you got to stop, and that would happen? He'd have that kind of power?
No, I think it's a serious underestimate of his father. It's an overriding of things that he really knew about his father, probably because of the emotionality at the moment, of this sharing of these two secrets, the brothers talking, coming up with a plan. I think it was an unrealistic appraisal of his own ability to talk to his father as well, but it's understandable given the heightened emotionality of that evening.
And then you indicated that that the fact that he stayed up most of the night, got very little sleep, that this had some impact. What type of impact does sleep deprivation have on one's emotional state?
Well, it increases emotionality. It tends to decrease judgment. It, in the vernacular, I guess, adds to stress level. And you know, I almost picture this after I talked to Lyle and after I started looking at it. I almost picture what happened as a series of steps. And there was the ripping off of the hairpiece. That was a couple steps up in intensity of emotionality and triggered fear and physical pain and guilt and these things that we've already talked about. His brother's sharing of the information, that was another couple of steps up. And then we had a period of positive talking between the brothers and, oh, hey, we can fix this and we can go and talk to Dad and it'll be okay and I'll do it and we've got all the cards. That's kind of a long level step of kind of evening out. I think the staying up all night then tends to increase somewhat the level of arousal.
The next day, Erik and Lyle get together and they talk about the future and how things are going to work out. Now, what effect does this have on the emotional state that's building?
It's like a very long step. It's future directed. It's positive. We're going to be together. You know, we can live together. This is all going to work out. It's not reality based or not very realistic thinking, but it serves the purpose of reducing tension and anxiety. And because of the affection and because of the fond thought of living together and having this nice life, it serves to reduce probably the level of anxiety and arousal.
Now, does it, when you talk about these steps as tension is building, I take it that where this is going is that there's an acceleration of tension overall through this period of time. Is that correct?
Yes, but it's not a straight line like this. You know, it kind of goes up and then it may go down. Sometimes it may stay flat and then it goes up.
Now, when you're talking about on Wednesday, they're talking about the future, does this bring the anxiety or fear or stress level back down to where it was before the hairpiece is ripped off, or is it still above that level?
Oh, no, it's much higher than it was prior to the hairpiece, but it comes down some.
And then he talks about having this conversation with his mother, sort of goes to his mother to hope that she will intervene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the conversation does not go well.
No.
How do you explain, given everything you've heard about Lyle Menendez's relationship with his mother? She was rejecting of him from the very beginning, that she was abusive toward him, that there are all the dynamics that have been described. Why would he go to her for help?
Well, it's incredulous, I think, unless you understand something about children and development and abuse. I think if you look, children want mother's love, they want parents' love, and they want to be approved. And even when you've had constant experiences that you're not going to get it, you keep trying to get it. You keep searching for it. At some point, if you become truly independent, you sort of give up and say, well, I'm going to write her off, I've had it. But this need, which I think every child, every human being has, is there, and it certainly is present in Lyle. He's constantly trying to reach out to her. He's reached, I won't say constantly, but he often reaches out to her, trying to get her to respond in a different way. When Erik finds the suicide note, he says, come on, Mom, come back and live with me.
He says, you meaning Lyle says?
Lyle says to his mom, come back and live with me, sort of realizing that that's going to pretty well cut him off from Dad if, in fact, he takes that step. And, of course, Mom says, oh, no, your father's the greatest person, and I'm happy. And Lyle doesn't sort of understand this at all. I mean, but he tried. And so I don't think it's surprising, given the emotionality that's triggered by the hairpiece and Erik's revealing or beginning to disclose the abuse, that he would go to Mom and say, there got to be some changes here. It's juvenile. Doesn't make a whole lot of reality sense if you don't have the desire he has to have Mom be a mom. But if you understand how kids are, I don't think it's that hard, that difficult to understand why, in spite of all of his history, and everything he may know in his head about how she's going to respond, that he still hopes that it's going to work out. And he goes and says, there need to be changes around here.
How do you reconcile this with, or how do you factor in the period of her own abuse of Lyle? How does that fit into the dynamic of this relationship?
Well, again, there were positive aspects of the abuse of his father, connection, wanting to please, there are also positive aspects of the abuse by his mother, a sense of connection, a sense of being special. She was showing some affection and warmth. As that ended,
Let me stop you. When you say positive aspects, are you suggesting that either abuse was a positive experience for Lyle Menendez? Or?
No, I'm not suggesting that sexual abuse is ever a good thing, that it's supportive of development or something that we should tolerate it. But kids who don't get their needs met in other ways will sometimes find in abuse, albeit pathological, they will find needs fulfilled, to be touched, to be close to someone, to feel good, not just physically but emotionally. Now, nobody would ever say that's an appropriate way to meet a kid's needs or that we should want that, but in fact, to survive emotionally and psychologically, some kids do get things out of abuse. Kids who are physically abused don't like to be physically abused, but they'll say often, well, I deserved it, and at least he cared enough. Well, he wasn't doing it because he cared. He was doing it because he was out of control. But the child needs to get the need of connecting met. And so the child will get something positive, in a sense, out of it. And that's what I'm talking about.
Did you come across any evidence that Kitty Menendez showed any affection to Lyle Menendez in any other setting than in this period of time in which there's this inappropriate sexual relationship?
No.
And was that a factor when you talked to Lyle Menendez about what that experience was all about?
The sexual experience?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, here for the first time, she's being nice, and he feels special, and there's a sense of connection.
And did you find any, you mentioned earlier that your conversations with Diane Vandermolen and the experiences she described had some significance to you? In terms of
Yes,
the sexual-
Lyle's description of the sexual contact with his mother was quite similar in terms of to the description that Diane gave, in which he was the actor and the other person was more passive. Now, there were other instances of sexual abuse by mother, for instance, in the bathtub, and that in which she was clearly the active aggressor person. But some of the contact, for example, when Lyle as a little boy would be in bed with his mother, are quite similar to the description that Diane gave, in which she was sort of frozen watching television, not sure what was going on, and Lyle was kind of making moves on her. So yeah, there was, I noted the similarity in the two descriptions.
And the contact with the mother preceded the contact with Diane, is that correct?
Considerably.
Now, what is the effect in terms of this escalating anxiety or fear of this disastrous conversation with his mother?
Well, mom explodes again. And the thing about parental rages is because they're in a context of past rages, they're in some ways more significant. Any child, all of us, develop mental representations, ideas, a sense of another person. And when the prior sense of that person has been out of control, violent, when we've been physically attacked on occasions, and we see this out of control behavior, this can quite easily trigger that mental representation, or you could call it a memory, although I think it's more complicated than a memory. It triggers this awareness that we have that, hey, this person hits us in the past. And so it can serve the function of dramatically increasing arousal. And because of prior association with arousal, it can create a higher level of arousal than you would find when you didn't have all this prior history of being hit by your mother and being rejected and all these other things, and your parent gets temper tantrum. I don't think any kid likes to see a parent have a temper tantrum, and it can be quite scary. It's one of the things we all learn as parents. But when you have a long history of temper tantrums and your mother again flips, then all of the past experiences are remembered in a sense, and the arousal, I think, can be more high than it would be otherwise.
Now, on the next day, Thursday, you indicated that you thought it was significant that Lyle was preparing notes to talk to his father.
Yes.
And was that consistent with information you had about how he prepared for other talks with his father?
Yes.
What information do you have in that regard?
Well, the other times when he would have talks, when he wanted to argue some point with his father, he would make notes about it. He would work out his argument because his father had trained him over innumerable dinner table indoctrination sessions, essentially, that you had to have your argument well formed and you had to be tight, and his father would often ask questions, and if you didn't know the answer, you had to be sent to go get him. And so there was a high level of anxiety involved in talking to Dad. And there have been all these sort of training sessions that witnesses have talked about. And so this was a big deal. This wasn't just like, going to a parent and asking for something. Although I think many of us kids, many of us as adults will remember times when, boy, there was something really important, and we kind of rehearse it in our head, and we went to our dad and maybe asked for a car or asked to have our curfew extended or something. We might rehearse it in our head, but for this kid, because of his prior interactions with his dad, and it was important to have it not only kind of rehearsed in your head, you had to have it written down to be sure it was tight. And he spent portions of Wednesday working on those notes to be sure that the argument was
Thursday?
good. Thursday, I mean.
Now, would this have been a period of a calming, or is the tension building, or is level? What effect does this have?
His description to me is that it was not a dramatic increase, but he's rehearsing for an anxiety-producing experience. He's working on the notes. He's kind of going over it in his head. It's actually a whole lot what it feels like to anticipate being on the witness stand, where, the day before you're kind of thinking about things that you're going to be asked in your head. But this is a far more anxiety-producing experience. So I don't think it's of the same level as having your hairpiece ripped off, but I think it is gradually increasing because you're building up and you're getting anxious about this big talk you're going to have with your father.
You indicate that there was some impact on his fear level by the fact that he's told by his mother that Dad's plane is going to be later than he expected. What's the impact of that?
Well, I think you have to understand the impact in the context of this battered person who is searching his environment for cues that are going to tell him what's going on. And I mean, anybody who has flown knows that planes get canceled, but he hears that cue and it to him communicates danger. There's something going on. Why isn't Dad coming? And part of it may also be that he's sort of prepared for Dad. And so he sort of looks at this innocuous thing and it has a meaning which it wouldn't have to the other person. Battered people sometimes misread cues, or they see things that in events that other people, non-battered people, don't see. And so I think this is an example of a misreading or misinterpreting of a cue, of giving it significance, which for most of us it may not have.
Once his father comes home, he asks him to wait. Lyle explains he wants to talk to him, and his dad tells him to wait, and he goes upstairs.
Yes.
What's the impact of that?
Well, it's unusual for Dad to say wait, kind of like having somebody wait in the outer office. Lyle is wondering what's going on, why, he's going up to talk to Mom. How much has Mom already told him? It was very important to Lyle to be able to talk to his dad first and sort of lay out his argument and the fact that things had to change. And one of the reasons that had been important is because there'd been a long history of Mom setting him up and saying he didn't practice when he did, so there's this kind of family history where Mom's not perceived as an accurate reporter of events. And before Lyle has a chance to talk to his dad with this well-rehearsed argument, Dad says, "You wait," and he goes up and talks to mom. That, I think, serves to increase anxiety, and it's especially does it because it's atypical. Normally his dad would talk to him when he came home.
Now, he comes downstairs and he hasn't changed, and Lyle had testified that had some significance to him. Is this a reading of cues again?
It's a reading of cues through the lens of this kind of hyper-vigilant, battered person who is perhaps giving meaning to events, making them far more significant than they actually are. And so the implication of Dad going up to change, not changing, is that he's been up there, and I think it was 45 minutes, but it was some period of time. It wasn't just 5 minutes, it was an extended period of time. Talking, that's a danger signal.
Now, when you say the reading or the misreading of cues, do people who live in a hostile environment sometimes see signs of danger that are real signs of dangers that to other people they would have no significance?
Absolutely. I've battered women, sexually abused kids, physically abused kids will tell you they can tell when the violence is about to happen or is going to happen by a facial expression or by a comment someone makes. So, yeah, it's not just a misreading, but it may be a more accurate perception. I've had kids tell me they could tell whether they were going to abuse by the sound their father's foot made on the steps. And in fact, they were abused. So it's, what they develop, that, how they're able to get those cues, I don't think we necessarily understand. But it's clear that battered people report that they have that ability.
Once he comes down the stairs, they have this talk, which Lyle has described. What was significant to you about the talk in which Jose basically says, I'll do what I want with my son?
I think there's several things. I think one important ingredient, when Lyle told me about it, was that he didn't feel he did a very good job. He was nervous. He felt he wasn't making a good argument. He felt that his dad was kind of leading him on, and that's how Jose behaved at business meetings sometimes, that he would let somebody go on and kind of work themselves into a corner where they could be cut off. And this is what it felt like to Lyle. And then when Father says, this is none of your business, and what I do with my sons, which is a very strange way to say it. He's talking to his son. He's talking a depersonalized way, as if he were talking to me or a CPS worker. He says, it's none of your business what I do with my sons. Almost talking to him as if he's an object or a piece of property.
And what is the effect of this conversation? This making the notes, the plane's late, Dad says wait, comes down the stairs, he hasn't changed, and then the conversation. What's the effect on Lyle's fear level or anxiety level at that point in time?
Well, it's very high. And his dad says things to him like, we all make choices. I mean, it's a threat. It's ominous as Lyle, and especially Lyle with all of his experience, hears it. So I think it significantly increases the level of fear and anxiety.
After this conversation with his father, the next significant event that you identify is Erik showing up at the guest house and indicating that his mother knows that Erik has been abused all this time.
Yes.
And what was the significance of that?
Well, I think again it's the dismantling of another's secret. It suggests that Mom allowed another bad thing to happen to these kids. I think it's also important to recognize that my understanding from Erik is that he just doesn't say Mom knows. He is almost out of control. He's very upset. This comes as a particular blow to him because in some ways in the family, he's supposed to be Mom's favorite. And so in that context, he's very upset. And his level of upset, his sort of being out of control, has to have an impact on his brother. And then there's the double impact of finding out that Mom knows.
Now, the comment she makes that I know, but nobody ever helped me, is that consistent with other things you know about her?
Yeah, I believe that she comes sort of behind Erik and then makes that statement to them. And yeah, I mean, I think it's consistent and it communicates the sense of which she has no capacity to empathize with her sons or other people.
Is that a new event that she can't? I mean, is she so preoccupied with her own issues now that she can't, or has that historically been who she's been as a mother?
Well, my reading of the record suggests that it's always been present virtually from Lyle's birth. She's selfish, she's self-absorbed, she interprets things as the impact that they have on her, not on her kids. And it's a funny sort of thing. Nobody helped me. It's kind of like, nobody helped me, so it's okay that you all have been hurt. It's an incredibly selfish, damaging thing, I think, for a child to hear.
And so this is the end of Wednesday night then, and what is your assessment of where the fear or anxiety level is now? Is it continuing to climb, or is it leveling off? Or?
Well, I think it's very high. I mean, it's very high, and it's not, and it carries all these other issues. I mean, Mom now, by her verbal statement, sort of reminds or brings up the whole disturbed family relationship that's always been present. So in a sense, what these kids are dealing with, because of the secrets being shared, is they're dealing with the entire disturbed family that they've lived in. All the issues are sort of acutely aware. They're acutely aware of all the issues.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that, and then in that context, they try to understand what's going on. And I believe this is then the first time that the brothers begin to put all these cues together and say they're going to kill us, they're going to get rid of us.
Now, is it your understanding that there was ever any discussion about running away in this conversation that took place Thursday night after these events?
Yes.
And what's your understanding in that regard?
Well, I think the brothers went sort of back and forth. I think Lyle was more of a proponent for running away. And you have to realize that Lyle was in a different life situation than he had been for many years. His dad had bought him a condo. He was going back to Princeton. He had a girlfriend. I mean, you know, he had he had sort of another referent, if you will, another sense of how he could live. And his brother's saying, no, it's not going to work. And, you know, Dad's got all these contacts, which Dad does, and Dad flies a lot. And so they kind of go back and forth talking about what their options are, and basically trying to decide whether or not, running away is an alternative. But they try to make that decision in the context of a family history in which their father has been perceived all of their lives as incredibly powerful. He makes salesmen cry. He holds up Thanksgiving dinner because he's lecturing his son, and no member of the family is willing to come down, even the adult members, and say, hey brother, or hey son, we're all waiting. So these kids have seen this guy as an all-powerful figure who is, described by business associates and other family members as this incredibly strong, powerful guy. And so believing that he had, all kids believe for a time that their parents are super powerful. And then usually in the teenage years, they begin to realize that we are not as powerful as they once thought we were. These kids have this whole added sense of power. And Mr. Menendez has made it a part of mythology. He's connected himself to Roman soldiers and to Patton, and he's talked about the greatness. And so it's not only all kids perceive their parents as powerful, and this guy is in fact someone for whom being powerful or appearing powerful is very important, but there is this whole added mythology. And so they're trying to decide whether they can run away or not, and that doesn't seem like much of a solution, and it doesn't seem like it's possible because of who their dad is.
Do they have some information about their mother's tracking abilities and ability to find people, which would have an impact on their assessment of whether there's a place they could go and hide?
Yes, their they know that their mother, through looking at credit card receipts, was able to find the identity of the person that their father had a long-term affair with. They know that she, Mrs. Menendez, identified the person, went and confronted her, and talked to her several times on the phone.
Your Honor, we move to strike the part about Mrs. Menendez and the credit card receipts being hearsay.
All right, objection sustained. That portion of the answer is stricken.
Your Honor, it's not offered for the truth of the matter, but as a basis for his
All right, well,
as
he
a
can-
foundation for his opinion.
He can indicate that he had information, and then go ahead, without referring to the specifics.
Okay. So is it your opinion they had information which would lead them to believe that their mother was capable of and willing to engage in tracking of
Yes.
people?
Yes, but it's more than that. She also, and they didn't understand why, had information about them. Erik told me that for a while he thought his mother might be a witch because she seemed to know things about him that he didn't have he had no way of knowing how she knew it. And it was only until sometime later and after their deaths that they found out that Erik's phone had been tapped. And so, yeah, I mean, they're having this conversation in this sense that Mom's got some special abilities and she's got some way of finding out information about us. Mr. Menendez used to find out about tennis performances when he wasn't present, and Lyle was always surprised that he had such accurate information. So the parents had demonstrated in pretty specific ways that they had a lot of power and had the ability to get information and to track people.
Were there also messages of fearlessness or being impervious to pain that they received from both parents?
Yes.
And would Jose demonstrate his ability to withstand pain as a demonstration of his powerfulness to them?
Well, in the context of games, early in Lyle's life, they would bite each other and see who would give up. They would go to the bottom of the pool and see who could hold their breath the longest. And there were other kind of pinching, infliction of pain exercises in which his father sort of demonstrated that he was stronger and could take more. His mom was apparently, in fact, strong. I mean, was the kind of person who at one point lifted a bureau that her husband didn't think the two of them could move, and she had moved it herself. And she built fences, and she was perceived, I think, as a powerful person. And then Lyle had been hit by her even as an adolescent. One time the car turned around, and so he had experienced the physical abilities of both parents.
Now, they have this discussion on Thursday night. Running away is ruled out. They make the decision that they're going to go buy guns the next day. Is that
Yes.
your understanding?
Yes.
And what would their anxiety level be at this point? Now that they've made a decision, do they sort of calm down and they're no longer fearful? Or is there something about having made that decision that would add to their fear?
Well, conceptually, but more importantly, in what was described to me, they're at a high fear level. You know, it doesn't go back to ground zero. This is an exceedingly unusual step for kids to take, that we're going to go out and buy guns to protect ourselves from our own parents. That's done and believed at a high level of arousal and maintains a high level of arousal.
Now, the next morning, Erik has testified, and I believe Lyle also, that Erik's out on the tennis court practicing his serve when Lyle finds him. And how do you explain that? How do you reconcile that with the high fear level that you've described?
Well, one of the characteristics of people who've been traumatized are a range of avoidant behaviors. They try to avoid that which produces anxiety. Another way you could say it, they use different mechanisms to deny the reality of the threat. And so Erik gets up the next day in a state of denial, trying to avoid it. His brother comes out and sees him and wonders, what's going on here? This doesn't make any sense. It adds, I think, to the irrationality of the feelings that they're having. I don't think it's inconsistent on Erik's part with what we know about trauma, but it surprises his brother and kind of adds to this high level of arousal that's taking place over these days.
Is there a component of confusion, or is Lyle certain at all times of exactly what's going on?
No. I mean, I think he's constantly trying to figure out, am I reading the cues right? Is the danger right? No, it's not possible. It couldn't be. So he is going back, I think his brother is going back and forth, and then they go back and forth together. For example, in the car, as they ride to San Diego, it's a little bit later in the series of events, they go back and forth in the discussions. One of them believing they're going to be killed, and the other one saying, no, it couldn't possibly. So they go back and forth. Confusion in this kind of heightened arousal situation where there's incredible fear, where there's ambivalence because there is connection with the parent and all these other factors. I think confusion is a characteristic state.
Is there a desire to believe that it's not true?
Certainly.
Why is that?
Well, because many, many battered children want to believe that, in fact, the parent will be a good parent. Kids who've been battered will crawl back up into their parents' laps in the hope. So there is this need that I think we all have, that most of us only reconcile much later in life, whatever our issues with our parents are. And so, yeah, there's an incredible desire that, you know, these parents are in fact going to turn around. They're going to be good parents and caring parents. And Lyle, I think, operates a lot of his life on the feeling that if he just does it right, he's going to please Dad. And he doesn't have much evidence that he can please Mom, but he certainly has the hope that Mom will. So, yeah, I think there's incredible ambivalence in believing that your parents would kill you.
What's the message to Lyle from his father with regard to his ability to be José Menendez's son, to continue in that role? And does he feel like he's secure in that role, or that it's something that's always at risk?
I think it's always at risk. And it's not only always at risk because you may not be able to do it, you'll fail, but there also, not only in Lyle, but in other family members, is this sort of expressed belief that he could never be José. Lyle's grandmother told me that José wanted José wanted Lyle to be like him. And she said, but you know, that was impossible because they were millionaires. Sort of communicating this myth that José had come up the hard way and his greatness was earned and it would be impossible for his son. And Lyle told me that quite genuinely another number of times, that he felt he could never be as great as his dad because his dad was, you know, about as great as you can get. So he tried, and there was always the threat that if you didn't do it just right, the love would be withheld, and there were examples of when it was withheld.
Was there a sense that he wouldn't even get to continue to be his son? Somehow he would cease to have that role in life or that identity?
Yes.
Now, you talked about the drive down to San Diego. Was there information that was provided to Lyle during that time that had an impact on his fear level?
Yes.
And what was that information?
Well, in this long drive, his brother begins to provide more detail about the abuse that he, Erik, had been exposed to. And Lyle gets a sense that this is much bigger than he had realized before. And so he sort of was operating on not all the information about what his dad had been doing. And I don't know, and I'm not sure he knew what his fantasy was, but he had no idea when his brother had made the first disclosure that the sexual abuse was as extensive as it was.
And what does this do to Lyle's perception of who his father is?
Well, it shook his view of his father. I think it also increased his own sense of responsibility in needing to protect his brother.
Did he express some anger at Erik for not having told him?
Yes, and one of the things that he was angry about is that Erik told him that his father had said, if you ever tell Lyle, I'm going to kill Lyle. And so this sort of increases, he didn't have all the information. He was making a plan and he was going to confront his father based on incomplete information.
When they get to San Diego, they end up buying the guns, and they return to Los Angeles. And would the effect of buying the guns and having them in their possession make them calmer now, or make Lyle Menendez calmer now, that he now has protection?
Well, I don't think conceptually it would, and it certainly didn't in his description sound like it had that effect. I mean, again, this is a big step. It's out of the ordinary. It's unusual. You actually have these big, heavy metal, lethal things in your possession. I don't know whether it dramatically increases it, but it certainly helps to maintain a high level of fear and arousal.
When they return home, they are told that the time for the fishing trip has been changed. Is this another one of the cues you had talked about?
Yeah.
What was the significance of
Well,
this?
in a hyper-aroused state, fearful, looking for cues that are going to tell you what is going to happen, the changing of the delaying of the fishing trip, and there is a possibility that the fishing trip is when your death is going to take place. The moving of that time is an ominous signal that something is afoot.
On Saturday, they go to another gun shop to buy different ammunition. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they stay away from home so that they can miss the fishing trip.
Yes.
And what is the effect of the sequence of events on Saturday morning to their fear level, or to Lyle's fear level?
Well, again, I think if I understand it correctly, the trip to the gun store is to get more information about ammunition. That sort of, again, I think increases arousal. This trying to avoid the fishing trip, where there is a concern that that's when the event may happen, talking about that and trying to avoid that and staying out, all I think contributes to these two kids kind of playing off each other and increasing their level of fear and anxiety.
Now, when they return home thinking that their parents might have left already, and they find that they're there, they end up having to take one car instead of the two cars that they want. And then when they arrive, it's a small wooden boat,
Right.
as they describe it. Were these events of significance in terms of their assessment of Lyle's assessment of the situation and his fear level?
Yes.
And what was the impact?
Well, one of the things that struck Lyle is that this is not the type of boat Dad would normally go on. He was anticipating a much bigger boat, and this seemed kind of small, and he wondered whether the charter captain might be somehow involved in this plan. Maybe he was going to be paid to help kill the brothers on the trip. And so the boat not being characteristic of the kind of boat Dad would rent, it being small, seemed like it was a dangerous place. I mean, it's like battered women will sometimes talk about feeling safer outside, but when it comes at night and they're in the home with the batterer, it's a smaller, confined environment, and so there's a lot more fear because it is a smaller, confined space where escape is more difficult.
Now, would someone who hadn't lived in the home that Lyle Menendez lived in and didn't know the parents as he knew them necessarily see anything ominous about taking one car or the boat being small?
I don't know.
You don't know, or?
No, I'm sorry. I don't think they would find it. They would not be reading those cues in the way that Lyle was, because they didn't have the prior battering experiences that make the reading of the cues as significant as they are.
Now, does this necessarily mean he's reading the cues wrong? Is there one interpretation that he's reading danger into things that don't represent danger at all? Is that one interpretation?
Yes.
Is there another interpretation that because of his knowledge of who these people really were, that he is seeing danger where it in fact exists?
That's really probably one of the most complicated questions. That's right. He's either misperceiving of it because of his experience, or because of his experience, he is quite accurately perceiving the danger.
Is there anything about the behavior of Lyle and Erik Menendez on the boat that is significant to you in terms of indicating what their fear level was at this point in time?
Well, the description that I've heard is of, these two teenage young men huddling at the front of the boat. It certainly seems to suggest a level of fear, avoiding.
Let me stop you a second. You said teenage. Lyle was 21 at the time.
My representation of him in my mind, because I don't think he was, in fact, developmentally the age he was, is of considerably younger. Okay. Yes, he was 21, so he's a young adult, young person.
Okay. All right. So here's the two of them. You were describing the
huddling on the boat, trying to avoid going back, only going back when they're called back to look at the shark their father catches. And that would seem to sort of suggest objectively that there is something they're avoiding and some level of fear.
Now, when they get home, they find out that nothing happened on the fishing trip, that they weren't in fact killed on the boat. Is that correct?
That's correct, and it causes them to wonder, well, maybe we're wrong in our assessment.
Now,
kind of a decrease in arousal.
As you get more frightened and more anxious, does your judgment get better or worse?
Well, heightened fear higher levels of fear can interfere with judgment. Now, in some situations, a fear response, there can be sort of automatic training can take over, for example, police officers or firemen or people. And so sometimes in a fear response, there can be great clarity around a very narrow task. But for the average person, I think fear tends to interfere with judgment.
And when they return, there's the confrontation with their mother, and she indicates if Erik had kept his mouth shut, things might have worked out in the family, something to that effect.
Yes.
And that seems to have been of great significance to both Lyle and Erik based on their testimony.
Yes.
And what is its significance to you?
Well, I think Mom's rage, again, increases the arousal, but I think the most significant is that she's talking in the past tense. She says things might have worked out. That sort of communicates to Lyle that whatever it is has been decided, that there is great risk.
And is there any impact on the fact, or any implications of the fact that no one, neither Mr. or Mrs. Menendez, has talked about what was discussed Thursday night?
Yes, it's sort of, it's hard to imagine how, given everything that's happened, people aren't talking or processing it or arguing or trying to negotiate back and forth. And so the pretending as if it was never brought up is read as a signal that the decision, whatever it is, has already been made. So it increases, I think, the fear.
And the next morning, Sunday morning, Lyle is told by his brother that his dad attempted to break into his room. Is that correct?
Yes.
And
Wait, hold on a second. Let me say this. Counsel recites something and asks the witness, is that correct? Let me remind you of what I said before, that the witness is relying on information provided to him, some of which was provided to you as well during the course of the trial. You saw witnesses testify as to certain events and other things that have been provided to the witness outside of the courtroom that you yourselves have not seen or heard. He is assuming these events occurred and as they are described and accepting that, then he is forming certain opinions about things and giving you his interpretation and opinions about things that may or may not have occurred. It's up to you to decide whether these events occurred and ultimately how to decide this case based on all the evidence presented, including any expert opinions that are presented to you, and I'll give you more information about how to treat expert opinions at the end of the trial. But basically, it's important to understand that he is just making assumptions that certain things occurred a certain way in order to formulate certain opinions about these events. Right.
Thank you. I believe you read the testimony of both Erik and Lyle Menendez, that they indicated that the next morning, Lyle is told by Erik that his father attempted to break into his room. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then there are a series of events that appear to be innocuous, that seem to be of significance to Lyle. His parents don't respond when he says hello to them. He asks for a camp, the phone number for a tennis camp, and his father says, "What does it matter?" What is the significance and the impact of those events? They appear to be innocuous.
Well, in the context of a battered person and in the context of the events, not saying hello is pretending like you're non-existent. Saying that this camp that Dad wanted you to go to, you're going to get the number, and Dad says, forget it, what's the point now? Communicates to Lyle, again, that the decision has already been made of what's going to happen. It's,
And then he receives a phone call from his friend Perry and is told that his father has lied about him being home. And his mother proceeds to tell him that he can't go out that night. Is that correct?
yes.
What is the significance of those events?
Assuming those events happen, what is the significance of it? That's the nature of the question.
It communicates that, I mean, why would Dad say he's not home? He was there, he could have taken the call. It communicates that something's afoot, or at least to Lyle it means that something's afoot, something's wrong here. Mom then says, you can't go out. Something's going to happen. You need to be around. Don't go out. Stay home. Those are all sound very risky and dangerous.
Now, are these events taking place where he is at just an average emotional level, or is he hearing or experiencing these events at a greatly heightened level of arousal?
Great.
Before you answer that, let me see counsel at the sidebar just for a moment.
Dr. Conte, I believe we were talking about the point in the series of events where Lyle has indicated to you and has testified here that he's told by his mother that he can't go out. She's stuttering. His father is involved in this. What is your opinion with regard to his level of fear at the time that this conversation is taking place?
Exceedingly high.
Now, has it continued to climb throughout this period of time overall, although there's been times when it's dropped down and times when it's leveled off? Has the overall pattern been one of building?
Absolutely.
And is there research or is there information about the effect of fear on people? We talked about it in terms of the clarity of their perceptions, but is there research that indicates that there's an impact of fear on people's behavior?
Well, there are a range of possible impacts on behavior. Some people who are in fear freeze. They can't do anything. Other people may take some action to try to either reduce the fear they're feeling or to deal with that which they are afraid of.
Is fear in a person who has been subjected to abuse, or let me rephrase that. Do people who have been subjected to abuse sometimes perceive their environment differently than those who have not been subjected to abuse?
Certainly.
And you were talking about the battered woman syndrome, is that correct?
Yes.
And there are particular characteristics of people, of battered women, Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you tell me basically what those characteristics are of women, adult women, who have been in battering experiences?
Well, sure, they're more likely to have high levels of fear and anxiety, a sense of powerlessness and isolation.
What's the importance of the isolation component of that?
Now, the isolation is that one of the consequences of violence is to feel that you are different than other people, to feel that you can't reach out to other people, that there's a negative consequence to reaching out to other people. So you don't have other people that you can check out things with, or, you know, escape with, or see if you're perceiving things right. You have this sort of, it's almost a tunneling that takes place, where you don't see external, what I would call reference, external points or people that you can talk to check out what you're feeling and what your resources are and what your options are.
What other characteristics do we see in battered women?
Well, as I think I mentioned, there is efforts to avoid, sort of avoidance, which may be through, you know, denial, or some battered people will drink, or they'll develop psychological symptoms that serve to kind of avoid that which causes tension.
I believe you mentioned hypervigilance before, which is this scanning the environment for cues.
Sort
Is
of
that
super
correct?
alertness.
And then, is there another area which you've referred to as perceptual anomalies?
Yeah, that's a
What's
hard one to explain. It's what I mean by perceptual anomalies really are a set of beliefs or perceptions that color your view of the world. For example, battered people may believe that the person who is battering is a super powerful individual. In this case, for example, Lyle's father had talked about having mafia connections and not being afraid of a mafia figure while other people were afraid. Battered people will often tend to believe those kinds of claims because their view of the batterer is as this super powerful person. They will also have perceptions about themselves that they are less skillful, less able to do things than other people, that they have fewer resources. They may believe other things, like they deserved to be battered, or they may believe things like cheating is okay, or, you know, anything the batterer does is all right because the batterer is a special person. These are beliefs and sort of perceptions that are conditioned or altered by the experience of living in the abusive environment.
Okay, now, for these women, these battered women, these are characteristics you commonly found in them, is that correct?
Yes, you don't find them in all, but you commonly find them in battered women.
Now, is there any reason to believe that children experience this type of situation any differently than adult women?
Yes.
And what would be the difference?
Well, I think the effects for a battered child are far greater because the position of vulnerability, of weakness relative to the batterer is so much greater for the child. Well, many battered women, this is not true of battered women who were abused in childhood, but battered women who don't have prior abuse histories come to battering with other experiences, the experiences of a non-battering family. They may have work, they may have gone to school, they may have had other success experiences in life. Children don't have that when they're battered in the home. So again, there aren't these external reference points. So it's not an issue of what's worse, because both battering of women and battering of children is bad, but it's that the effects of battering can be so much more pronounced on children because of their inherent vulnerability, youthfulness, and lack of other world experience against which to balance what's happening to them.
Now, given what you know about Lyle's history and Erik's history, and what you know about what Kitty and José Menendez were like, do you have reason to believe that Lyle Menendez may have perceived reality differently than someone who had not lived in that family? Would have seen cues differently, would have read the situation differently than someone who didn't live there?
Yes.
And I think you indicated before that you cannot say whether he was misreading them because of the experience or he was reading them more accurately than other people would. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've described that over this period of time, the fear and the anxiety has been building. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And is it true that in fearful situations, if someone is already afraid, it takes a smaller incident to jump the fear level than it
Sure.
would if somebody were at just a level of arousal?
Certainly. You're
that-
already at a hyper level, so a less significant event may increase it dramatically.
And there has been testimony here, and I believe you've read it and talked to Lyle about it in terms of the sequences of events which directly precede the shooting, which is the fight with the father, the fight with the mother, the closing of the door, the comments that are made. What is your opinion with regard to the effect of those events on the fear level?
Well, I think they were critical in pushing the level of fear to the point where some action of protection was necessary.
And is this based on both your knowledge of battered persons and your specific, generally, and your specific knowledge of this case?
Yes.
And based on that information, I believe you're aware that the people have proposed various theories for the reasons for the shootings in this case. One was that it was done for money. Are you aware of that?
Objection, argumentative, cause for conclusions.
Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And did you consider that as a possibility in evaluating this material?
Yes,
And did you reject it?
I did.
And why?
Your Honor, I would object to this as being improper opinion.
Hold on a second, let me talk to counsel sidebar.
All right, the objection to the last question is sustained, and also the court will sustain the people's objection to the immediately preceding question and answer, and those are stricken. The jury's admonished to disregard them.
Thank you. Dr. Conte, based on the information you have about Lyle Menendez and his relationship with his parents, do you believe that he hated them?
No, I don't think he did.
Did you see any evidence of hatred toward either of his parents in any of the material that you reviewed?
No.
Did you see any evidence of anger?
No.
The events that he has described in the course of his life are mean-spirited at best. Would you agree?
Objection, improper characterization.
You'd have to rephrase the question.
He has described acts of physical and sexual abuse and of psychological maltreatment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And have you evaluated other individuals who have experienced that type of trauma in their life?
Yes.
Would you expect that someone would be angry as a result of it? Is that always the result?
It's not always the result. In fact, it, especially for younger people, is a rare result.
Why is that?
Well, it has to do with the abuse taking place in the context of a family. It has to do with the child's need to have a parent. It has to do with the child being afraid to express anger. It has to do with the child trying desperately to conform to the parent's expectation. The anger we see in survivors, adult survivors, tends to be in adults who are considerably older, who have in fact broken away from the family, have reached some level of independence, and are in the stage of beginning to process the experience that they've had. So generally, I would say you don't see high levels of anger and hatred in younger victims. On occasion you do, but generally you don't.
Did you, to the contrary, see evidence that he loved his parents?
Yes.
And what evidence did you have of that?
Well, I think most significant is his positive efforts, his positive comments about his parents. I think his efforts to protect them, even during the evaluation and during his testimony when he's telling the jury about the bad things, there still was an effort to protect them.
How was there an effort to protect them?
Objection improper.
What
Rephrase the question.
What do you mean by an effort to protect them?
I think Lyle has a tendency, which I noted in my contact with him and in the testimony that I saw, to minimize the significance of what was done to him, to try to excuse what was done to him. I think that effort to protect is a kind of love for his parents.
Why would he do that?
Objection improper speculation. or
Sustain.
supposition.
Sustain.
Have you seen in other victims an effort to protect their parents?
Yes.
Why does that occur?
Well, again, for the reasons I mentioned, that parents are all important to development. To reject them even when they're bad and horrible is to suffer a loss that's far greater than many young people are willing or able to bear. There is always the hope that things will turn around, that they will stop being the way they were, that they'll just love you.
But in this case, his parents are dead. So things aren't going to turn around. Why would he want to protect their memory?
Well, that's an incredibly complex question. I think for some of the following reasons. First of all, Lyle is an untreated victim of child abuse. So he has very little awareness about the full impact of his life experience on him. And until he is older and hopefully in therapy, I don't think he'll begin to develop that kind of understanding. And so in the same way he protected them when they were alive, he didn't tell. He kept the secret. I think he's continuing to do that in my contact with him and in his testimony that I saw anyway. It's the sort of ultimate problem to bear what was done and the level of harm and sickness that was in that family is to do an incredibly strong and revealing thing, and it's difficult. So, he's been trained all his life not to reveal, and he's been trained all his life to keep the secret and protect and not tell people, and he's done it somewhat reluctantly. He's done it, but I still think he's kind of trying to hold back and protect.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, we'll take our recess then. It's 12:30, and as I indicated, we would not be in session this afternoon. One of the jurors has a medical obligation that would prevent us from proceeding this afternoon, so we'll resume on Monday at 9 o'clock. Please don't discuss this matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. Do not permit yourselves to be exposed to anything in any form whatsoever about this case outside of the courtroom. Remember, you must make your decision based only on the evidence you see and hear in the courtroom and my instructions on the law. And you must not form any final opinions about this case until you've heard all of it, and you haven't heard it all yet. So we'll see you all back here on Monday at 9 o'clock. Although this is the jury involved solely with the defendant, Lyle Menendez, and Lyle Menendez's counsel are present as well as the prosecution. The witnesses on the witness stand State your name again for the record, please.
John Robert Conte, C-O-N-T-E.
All right, I'll remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Anything further for the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may continue your direct examination then.
Thank you. Here, at this time, I have a number of exhibits that I would like to mark. A backgammon box and its contents, which I'd like to mark as 311. A letter in Kitty Menendez's handwriting, which starts out, "Dear Jose, after 24 years," which I'd like marked as 312. A two-page letter written on yellow paper in Kitty Menendez's handwriting, which begins, "I realize I did not have any part," which I'd like to mark as 313. A five-page letter on yellow legal tablet in Kitty Menendez's handwriting, marked, which begins, "Dear Jose, this letter is not easy to write," marked as 314. A Xerox copy of a handwritten letter dated Thursday, November 18th, 1987, which begins, "Well, Lester," which is in Kitty Menendez's handwriting, marked as 316. I'm sorry, I missed one. 315 should be an original handwritten two-page letter in Kitty Menendez's handwriting, which begins, "It is 12:30. That would be 315. And the letter beginning, "Well, Lester," would be 316. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Dr. Conte, I believe that you've read the testimony of Glenn Stevens regarding a request by Lyle Menendez, his girlfriend Jamie Pisarcik, to take a box out of his car at the time he was arrested. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Glenn Stevens testified that he removed that box from Lyle Menendez's car and delivered it to Jerry Chaliff, who was the lawyer then representing him. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Lyle Menendez was asked about that box and its contents during his testimony and indicated that it was in the possession of the court. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now the box, which we've marked as 311, the backgammon box, and ask you if you've had an opportunity to review its contents.
I have.
And I'm going to show you the letters which we've marked 312, 313, 314, 315, and 316, and ask you if you've had an opportunity to review those letters from Kitty Menendez.
Yes.
You've read them previously, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, was there anything that was in the box that had any effect on your opinion in this case?
Yes.
And what was that?
Well, I think, first of all, these letters are significant. They're really two sets. There are letters from Kitty to Jose, which reflect the kind of person she was, and I think what is reflected in those letters is consistent with other information I had about her as being self-absorbed, histrionic, overly emotional, dramatic, trying to present herself in the best light that she could. I think the note, I wouldn't really call it a letter, but the note to her therapist, when viewed in light of other information that the therapist has provided about this client, is significant in suggesting that this is an individual who's not really dealing with what I would consider deep psychological issues, but is rather dealing kind of superficially with her life.
Pardon me, I wouldn't move to strike that as being an improper opinion.
This last part about the commentary in the letter to the therapist.
When you say this was a person, you're referring to whom?
Kitty.
The objection overruled. The answer was no.
Go ahead. In the letter, specifically the letter to Lester, who is her therapist, Dr. Summerfield. That letter is dated November 18th, 1987. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it true that her hospitalization for a suicide attempt was just immediately prior to writing that letter?
That's my understanding.
And in that letter, does she reflect an alcohol problem?
Yes.
And what other emotional states are reflected in that letter? Or what other facts about Kitty are reflected in that letter?
Well, it's a little bit complicated. I'm sorry. You can sort of take, I think there's two sets of information that are important. One, if you look at the letter, she talks about drinking, talks about, although it's not, well, she talks some about Jose and being somewhat suspicious, but I think what is more significant is that this is a very superficial description of her life experiences to her psychotherapist. And so instead of dealing and making reference to things that she has talked about with her therapist that are of a significant or a deep psychological nature, this is sort of superficial comments about what's going on that evening. It would suggest, I think, a patient or a client who is not doing significant therapeutic work is dealing at a very superficial level.
Your Honor, I would move to strike everything after it
Suggests as being an improper opinion on the part of the witness, improper diagnosis.
Sustained as to that portion of the answer. The rest will remain.
With regard to the other letters, do they reflect, are they consistent with the other information with regard to her suicidal state?
Yes, one of them, I don't think it's a letter, I would call it a note, which seems to be a suicide, somewhat disguised, but a suicide note.
Does she discuss in these letters her obsession with Louise, the girlfriend?
Yes,
And is that consistent with other information you had about her obsession in that regard?
yes it is.
Now, was it your information that from her first visit to a therapist, she was talking about Louise and how could Jose do this to me, and the feelings of depression and pity, self-pity she felt as a result of that relationship?
objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
You've reviewed her therapist's notes both with Dr. Cox and Dr. Summerfield, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that covers the period from basically the end of 1986 up until right before Kitty Menendez's death?
Yes,
And is it true that she, from the very first to the very last session, never recovers from the sense of betrayal and anger she has about this relationship?
Objection, improper characterization calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
What is your opinion with regard to what improvement, if any, she made in that area in terms of getting over the relationship?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Do the letters reflect the same information you have with regard to the contents of the therapy notes and her obsession with Louise?
yes.
Do the letters contain anything else of significance to you with regard to her or her relationship with her family?
I think there are references to her kids and what she's given the kids and comparing, talks about in one of them feeding Erik when he comes home. They're sort of consistent with other information that suggests that this is a person for whom impression and socially appropriate behavior is important. They don't, in my reading of them, in light of all of the other information I have about her, they don't ring to be very truthful statements about her.
Objection, move to strike everything as they don't ring to be truthful or improper opinion.
Sustained. That portion of the answer is stricken.
Do you feel that, you indicated that that the letters are consistent in that she had a need to be viewed as something other than she was?
Yes.
And what did you mean by that?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
She indicated in one of the letters that she had given her boys whatever values she could to help them succeed in life. Is that
Yes.
true? Does she express any deep love for them or concern what her suicide would do?
Objection, improper opinion. Let us speak for themselves.
Are you asking, was there anything written with those words?
Based on, maybe I can rephrase the question if I might, Your Honor. Based on your reading of the letters, do you get the sense that this is a woman who is deeply attached to her children?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
In evaluating the letters, did you attempt to discern at what point in time they were written?
Yes.
And did you have the information that she discovered the affair toward the end of the summer of 1986?
Yes.
And are there references in the letter to how long she has been suffering with that information?
Yes.
And what did that enable you to get a sense of when these letters were written?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.